Hi, everybody. Welcome to the second day of our conference.
Yeah, hello, everyone. Sergey here. The second day of the conference has officially begun, and we already have our speaker joining us in a few seconds, maybe a minute. Dino, is everything all right, or any assistance needed?
Yeah, I see our first speaker is here, but we need to solve some technical problems. So let's give it a minute for that. In the meantime, Sergey, what could you say about our first day? What took your attention?
Well, my attention was actually, from the beginning until the middle of the event. It was actually uninterrupted. So yeah, I'm joking now, but yeah, definitely, the beginning of the first day is the most important day, and I'm happy that we had these great speakers joining us initially, and a lot of good insights. So yeah, what about you, Max? How was the second half of the day?
Yeah, the diversity of speakers was so big, so we had every bit of everything. I was also really looking through the first part, and from Paul Brody, very business oriented approach, a high level of consultancy, technique, to some academics, to legislator core, which was one of my I felt a lot of proudness that legislatures, like members of the parliament in Taiwan, cite our Web3 manifesto for Ukraine. So that was really amazing, and that we were on the same page. It's really true that between Ukraine and Taiwan, there's a lot distance, but some things are very close, situation. And we had some speeches from there was a very energetic speech from Griffin about the innovations in the public goods funding, and we had Professor Dr. Roman Beck, who was sharing the experience of the sandbox in Europe, but also talking about the sovereignty, importance of sovereignty in technology. Like Europe is now trying to have own sovereignty in the tech they use. So yeah, I guess what was really cool is that with the very specific technical keynotes, there were also conceptual, strategic, and philosophical comments important for the Web3 as a whole, not just the engineering part of it.
Yeah, that's definitely that is definitely important. How to say this? The part of the day, again, I'm currently in Asia, so it is the second half of the day. Sometimes it is actually past midnight. So, but on the first half of the day, we can say that we had industry, which is Paul Brody from Ernst & Young. We had government, which is Dr. Ju Chun-ko from Taiwan. We had research, which is Well, I've forgotten. Sorry. So basically from Austrian Blockchain Association, and we had Nick Spanos, which is actually representing the views of the digital anarchy. So in a sense, we can say that we had all the possible views which could have which exist in the industry. We had combined on during the first part of the day.
Wait, I see Dina connected, but without the video so far. But can you hear us?
Yeah, and Stefan Krapp was yesterday from Austrian Blockchain.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Finally.
Okay, all right. So listen, guys, unfortunately, I never used this platform, so I was able to turn on the audio, but the video is not working. So if we can go ahead with the presentation without the video, I don't know if it's okay for you.
Yeah, well, if we don't have any other choice, then we don't have any other choice. So obviously, yes. Do you need any help with uploading the presentation?
Let me see. I can share my screen. Let me see if it works fine. Let me see if I can. Okay. 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 Let me know just a second. So let me open the presentation.
So while Dino is uploading the presentation, so Dino is Cataldo. What is the what is the right pronunciation of your last name?
It's a Dell'Accio or Dell'Accio, whatever you prefer.
Dell'Accio.
Yes.
So Dino Dell'Accio is Deputy Chief Executive of United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund, and they had implementations, and we are we're all waiting to hear to this experience of yours and how it can be potentially applied to what we're doing or attempting to do in Ukraine.
Yeah, let me see, because now I'm getting, it says.
If you want, you can send me an email, or I can send to you my phone number. You can you can send using any of the messengers, and I can upload the presentation and do it for you.
Yeah, let me do that, because otherwise I'm afraid that we're gonna take too much time here. So let me see if I have your yeah, I'm sending you the presentation by email.
All right. Where are you right now?
I'm in New York.
New York. Yeah. Great. Seven 40 in the morning. Thank you for waking up that early.
Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry that unfortunately I didn't expect to have this issue. Otherwise, I would have prepared myself better. Okay.
I still didn't get your email.
Yeah,
but
I just sent it. You should have in your inbox.
All right. Unfortunately, still don't have it.
No?
No.
On my side, it's been sent. Check, see if...
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, dear all, we're a few minutes from start. Yeah, but now the presentation is downloading.
Have a load, Dina?
I mean, it is on my end. It is downloading, and
Yeah, I just see that his device is not connected again.
okay. Well, that's an unfortunate false start of our presentation.
Well, this is technology. It's always like that. Oh, Dina's back.
To show a file. I'm trying to upload. I was able now to upload, but it says processing.
Yeah, processing is good. So
All right.
I know it is reaching actually the end. So yeah.
Okay, let's see. Apologies. How many people we have online?
Well, we currently have 24 people online.
Okay.
25 already.
Okay. Apologies. I'm sorry. I should have tested. It didn't realize. I thought it was a Zoom or Microsoft Teams. I've been trying. I tried several platforms so far, and WebEx. But this is. Can you see? Oh, can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
All right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, Dino, the virtual stage is yours.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much, everybody. Apologies for this delay in setting up the presentation. My name is Dino Dell'Accio. I'm the Deputy Chief Executive of the United Nations Pension Fund. I'm based in New York. And today, I'm honored and pleased to be with you virtually to present our blockchain-based application for digital identity and proof of life. So this is the structure of the presentation. Is about the journey that we went through from 2017, 2018, when I was appointed Chief Information Officer at the UN Pension Fund, and then in 2021, when we went live with this solution. So I'm going to go through the original problem and the solution. I'm going to give you details about the application, the architecture, the technology, and also some of the most recent issues that we are trying to address vis-a-vis potential risks that are presented by post-quantum computing, and also most importantly about assurance and certification benefit and evolution. So very few words about myself. I've been with the United Nations for 25 years. I'm currently the Deputy Chief Executive. I started this new assignment in October, at the beginning of October, in the pension fund. Before, I was the Chief Information Officer for almost 7 years. And prior to that, I was in the United Nations in a different domain. I was the Chief ICT Auditor of the UN for several years. So this is a little bit about me. About the pension fund as a whole, we are the pension fund of the entire United Nations system. We now, this slide is relatively obsolete. We now have 25 member organizations. We have a market evaluation that went beyond $100 billion. We are fully funded, and we serve approximately 230,000 individuals between staff, employees, active participants, as well as beneficiaries and participants that reside across the globe in more than 192 countries. At the beginning of the presentation, just to give you an adequate context, I presented and I created this one-pager just to give you a sense exactly of what is my story about. So again, as already indicated, we are an UN interagency entity, so we serve the entire system. The solution that I'm presenting is specifically a digital identity solution for proof of life that supports approximately more than 70,000 retirees that reside in more than 190 countries. The model that we have adopted to create this solution is SSI, Self-Sovereign Identity Verifiable Credential. The technology is a private and permission blockchain, plus biometrics and facial recognition, plus artificial intelligence, plus geolocalization. The platform that we have adopted is Hyperledger Indy and Aries, with the libraries Aries. Vis-a-vis personal identifiable information, I included this element because throughout the years, I've been making this presentation in many domains, and this question always comes first, like, well, how do you handle private data? And I give this answer ahead of time. The private data is specifically also the biometric profile is only stored on the user device. So therefore, there are no personal identifiable information stored on the blockchain, and we do not store outside of the user device this data. We don't transmit this data. As a former IT auditor, as a former ISO auditor, I'm particularly obsessed with the issue of assurance, especially when using emerging technologies such as the blockchain, such as artificial intelligence, such as biometrics. And therefore, I try, wherever possible, wherever available, to certify the solution with international standards. And specifically, I achieved certification on ISO 27001 that pertains to information security, ISO 42001. We are the first UN entity that achieved this certification, which is on the responsible use of artificial intelligence. ISO 30107-3, it's not a certifiable standard, but it's an attestation pertaining to the testing of the capability of a biometric system to withstand deepfakes or presentation type detection. And finally, also, we submitted on a regular basis. We are doing this on a quarterly basis because NIST offers this free service of benchmarking algorithms for biometric recognition. FRBT stands for Facial Recognition Vendor Test. We also submitted the application to ethics audit, algorithmic audit, and we got some important awards from the UN Secretary General on innovation sustainability, from the Government Blockchain Association for Social Impact. This is an association based in Washington, D.C., here in the States, and from the British Blockchain Association that gave us an award at their scientific conference early this year. And we were also a case study. That is a case study published by Gartner, but it's available only to those who have a subscription with Gartner itself. Please, if I only see my slide, if at any point there is any question or anyone that would like to make a comment, interrupt me, and I would be more than happy to address that, unless you want to do at the end of the presentation. And also, I apologize because the video, unfortunately, it's not enabled, so you can only hear my voice. This is an infographic in one page. This was something that was created by the British Blockchain Association. As I alluded to, I presented their scientific conference early this year, and they were very kind in offering us this infographic where in one page, they included all the key elements of our solution, from the challenge on the left side to the security compliance in the center, to the impact and benefit on the bottom, and on the core feature and deployment and adoption characteristics on the right side. Our partner. So the entity that actually created, developed the application itself, and the application that you will see our client, our user can download on their smartphone, on their device, is actually the United Nations International Computing Center, which is an entity that has the mandate to provide IT services to the entire UN community. So we have been working very closely with them, and they are supporting and maintaining the application and the solution itself. So this is really the problem, if you will. Sorry that for some reason the titles are not appearing in the slide. Maybe there is some issue of compatibility with the file. So this is the problem. The problem was that for 70 years, the UN Pension Fund has determined that those more than 70,000 UN retiree and beneficiaries living across the globe in more than 190 countries were still alive by using a paper-based form that was transmitted through 190 postal services, asking this beneficiary retiree to sign it and return it through the same means, the same 190 postal service. And the problem, as you can appreciate, is that many times this form got lost, or were delayed, or there were some errors. And unfortunately, by the end of the fiscal year, the UN Pension Fund did not receive that signed form. By rules and regulation, the pension fund is obliged to suspend the payment with inevitable issue. But overall, now one of the overarching issues was our governing body, basically the General Assembly, composed of representatives of 193 countries, had been always questioning the UN Pension Fund as how can you prove there is no fraud in this manual process? And therefore, this was a negative proof. And as you know, proving a negative is impossible. Hence, the solution of proving a positive by virtue of using these combined technologies: biometric facial recognition, blockchain, artificial intelligence, and geolocalization. And I'm going to illustrate how this worked. So fundamentally, with the old process that we had forms, as I alluded to before, we were sending over through all the retirees every year. So this process, because of the manual nature, require almost a year to be completed. We completely reverse the direction of this process by enabling our client to download the app from the App Store, both Apple as well as Android, go through an onboarding process with our call center that will verify the identity, they confirm that they were indeed the legitimate beneficiary of our pension, and then proceed with the proof of life through this application. So the way that we broke down this problem was that we had to provide 4 proofs: a proof of identity at the very beginning, authentication every after, proof of existence, because indeed the main goal of this application is to confirm that the right individual receiving the payment is still alive, proof of transaction, and proof of location. In addition to that, of course, we also had to address some requirements vis-a-vis security, reliability, transparency, accountability, and attribution. So all elements of a problem of making the solution trustworthy, secure, and reliable. And of course, also being part of the United Nations, we also had to be mindful and demonstrate alignment with overarching strategy, such as the strategy of the Secretary General on New Technology, which was issued in 2018, other reform initiatives such as the UN 2.0, the Common Agenda, the Eye for Good, but most importantly, the Sustainable Development Goal, in particular, the target 16.9 that pertains to legal identity. So how do we do it? We do it by using the technology that I alluded to before: blockchain, biometrics, AI, and geolocalization. Blockchain to create an immutable and independently auditable and traceable triple entry distributed ledger of all the transactions of the entire life cycle of the process, from the identification of the user to their submission of proof of life. Why blockchain? I included a couple of slides because sometimes and oftentimes I've been presenting this solution in academia, and there is always this questioning about why blockchain versus an encrypted distributed database and so forth and so on. So I'm not going to the details because I'm sure that the audience of today is very well versed about the importance of blockchain and the fact that blockchain is not a solution to every problem. So it's not about using a trendy technology, but very specific, important reason, because there's no central control, because we can decide, being this a permission and private blockchain, who can participate, because it supports privacy vis-a-vis zero knowledge proof, a tamper-proof ledger, and because it creates an immutable ledger. Again, as a former auditor, very important for me, having corroborating evidence that cannot be tampered with. Also, again, for the academia, I made reference to specific research paper that talks about the decision model for blockchain. And so in here, I often included also this slide. Moving on, in addition to blockchain, we use biometrics. Biometrics to provide a proof of authentication, a proof of life, based on facial recognition, as I alluded to at the beginning, stored only on the user device to authenticate user, with the events recorded on blockchain, not the private data, not the biometric data. And because of using biometrics, because we're using facial recognition, in 2023, I became very concerned about the potential risk of deepfakes. Hence, the benchmarking of the application vis-a-vis the specific ISO standard that provides this 3 level of testing in order to demonstrate whether or not and how a solution is capable of withstanding presentation attack detection of deepfakes. And finally, the geolocalization, because in certain cases, we also need to capture this information when our beneficiary elected to receive payment in local currency in order for us to apply cost of living adjustment. The application itself, it's a screenshot of the app itself from the App Store. These are some screenshots of the application itself. These are the ratings and the review that over the years, again, we went live in January 2021. At the beginning, definitely, we did not have this level of ratings, but over the years, we were able to basically gain quite a bit of support, and now we are 4.7 out of 5. Architecture and design. Again, for those who would like to drill down into the details of the application, we use, of course, the Web 3C standard on DIDs. We use a security decision model that was predicated on registered identifier, multiple registration, blockchain account pairing, dual resolution, based on the decision model of authentication authorization. These are slides that I have borrowed from the Linux Foundation, the Hyperledger group, vis-a-vis the explanation. Again, I'm sure that with this audience, I don't need to go into the details of the 3 elements of the SSI and the role of the blockchain, as well as the verifiable credential vis-a-vis the issuer, the holder, and the verifier. Is there a question? I see something popping out in the chat?
No, there is no questions yet,
Okay.
so you can continue.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. So this is the concept view of our enrollment process. So we have depicted how people go, as I alluded to before. They go either through the member organization, if they are already, if they are still a staff member that is about to retire. So we capture their biometric. We conduct their enrollment through their member organization. And instead, if they already retired, they go through our call center. So this is the process, and this is the conceptual view of the actual confirmation, where our user, the beneficiary, using their phone, being recognized by the application, they confirm they're still alive, and this is how updates our system, because the confirmation goes also to our ERP system. But the event, again, is first validated vis-a-vis the public key, the public address of their age agent or their phone, and then it's confirmed that indeed someone in a certain time, in a certain location, on a certain day, confirmed that they're still alive. And these are the components. We have a web-based administration site, and we have, again, the mobile application that our user can download on their phone, and we have the blockchain platform. The technology, as I alluded to before, out of this, we use Hyperledger Indy, which is the framework of the Hyperledger that's specifically dedicated or intended for decentralized identity with the Aries library. Now, this is a slide that I included in my presentation since the beginning of this year, because I started, again, as a former auditor, obsessed about threats, about risk, about making sure that the application, the solution maintained its reliability, trustworthiness, started to be concerned about a specific issue that is probably not yet a reality, because post-quantum computing, vis-a-vis who you talk to, may be a reality 3 years from now, maybe it can be a reality 5 years from now, 10 years, whatever they may be. However, there are issues, and you would see in the following slide, which is represented by the risk of harvest now, decrypt later. And vis-a-vis the fact that we are using a blockchain platform, that we're using a specific implementation of this blockchain, there are certain elements that may be, they are vulnerable to this risk. So here I'm breaking down our solution vis-a-vis the nature of the solution, decentralized identity, based on peer-to-peer interaction, based on traditional cryptographic methods, and vis-a-vis specific identity component that are those of the W3C standard, DIDs, pairwise identifier, verifiable claim, zero knowledge proof. So here, I'm not going to repeat again. I assume that the audience today is very well versed on the potential issue and the nature of quantum computing, the timeline concern, and the vulnerability vis-a-vis the current asymmetric encryption, RSA, ECC. The component, I apologize, I see that the format of the slide is not well rendered here, so I apologize for the font. But basically, I started to break down the element of our solution vis-a-vis its critical component. So there are issues vis-a-vis the digital signature compromise. There are potential issue about DLT security, about the vulnerability of zero knowledge proof, and about the validity, the long-term validity of the credential that we are managing and supporting. So I approach Thomas, Sedey. I'm sure that you are very familiar with the representative of Hyperledger Decentralized Trust. And I start asking them for material, for support about how can we start to protect ourselves vis-a-vis, again, the threat of our harvest now, decrypt later. So I received this document from them that speaks about the DLT quantum threats analysis. And here, as a former auditor, I started to elaborate some element to chart a path to a due diligence. What can we do? What should we do to migrate our current cryptographic primitives to a cryptographic such as those approved recently by NIST, such as lattice-based or a post-quantum resistant type of cryptography. So looking at percentage of DID that using post-quantum signature, zero knowledge circuit quantum resistant level, key rotation frequency, quantum key distribution penetration, and node-to-node communication. And here are also the recommended approach from best practices. Rapidly replace the cryptographic algorithmic, implement both classic and post-quantum method, probably, again, be realistic in adopting a hybrid approach in the transition period, try to follow a defense in-depth approach, and try to, of course, future-proofing the solution itself. Moving on, again, going back, you will see that this is a recurrent theme vis-a-vis my presentation, is the fact that I'm constantly concerned about making sure that our stakeholders feel confident that the application is reliable, is secure, is trustworthy. And hence, although as of today, there is not yet an ISO certifiable standard for blockchain, I use the ISO standard that are available. I'm a former ISO auditor. Specifically, I'm an auditor of ISO 27001. So the first certification that I obtained is the ISO 27001. I also recently, we upgraded and we complemented that certification with the 27701, which is an extension of the 27001 on the personal identifiable information, on privacy protection. Again, this is one of the most recent certification, which we're very proud. We are the first UN entity, the entire UN system, in achieving the ISO 42001 on artificial intelligence, because we have embedded a component in our biometric algorithm to prevent and detect potential deepfakes. And now we are about to conduct with a third-party vendor that is accredited to conduct this testing, the 30107 on presentation type detection, aka deepfakes. So the point here is that vis-a-vis AI, we are dealing in our application with a one-to-one verification. And therefore, we are trying to fight AI with AI, basically meaning we are trying to use the power of discriminative AI against the generative AI, basically the capability that the ill-intended actor may use to generate synthetic media, in our case, synthetic and artificially generated images. In obtaining the ISO 42001 certification, we basically had to document the process of explaining how the black box works. So not just to say what goes in the system, the data input, not just say what comes out of the system, the data output, but also what happened in the biometric algorithm that we have created, and what kind of checks are conducted in order to confirm the validity of the image on the other side of the phone. And therefore, also be mindful of the fact that, as you can see from the technology that I indicated as part of our solution, blockchain or biometric or AI or quantum, whatever that may be, no one technology is used in isolation. So we became very mindful of the conversions, of the interaction, of the fact that even if you're using into the extreme level of isolation application, at least you have some sort of a legacy system, such as in our case, our ERP system, to deal with, because you end up exchanging certain data. But the concern, the threats, the potential risk, given the novelty of this technology, is compounded when you are using more than one new emerging technology, such as, for example, AI and blockchain, AI and biometric, and so forth and so on. So this is some references to algorithmic assessment that we conducted. This is the periodic assessment benchmarking that NIST conduct for free to all the entities that submit a biometric algorithm to them. This is the cybersecurity assessment, the control domain. This also is a self-assessment that we did as part of our preparedness for the ISO 27701 on data privacy, personal identifiable information. And these are some of the benefits. I'm going to go very fast because unfortunately I started late. I don't want to hold you longer than what is the time allocated to me. And I also want to give, if there are any questions or comments. We, of course, reduce significantly all the paper that we were sending and that we were printing and that we were carving, both physically as well as logically. We reduced significantly the manual verification, very labor-intense verification of the signature that before they were conducted by our staff members. We also reduced a single point of failure because, of course, with the different nodes distributed and decentralized, we are able now to use and benefit on decentralization nature of the blockchain. And we also evolved. For example, after a couple of years of implementation, we realized that certain parts of the world, our user did not, some of our users did not have the ability of possessing or owning a modern smartphone that they would have the hardware security model that they would be capable of storing in encrypted form their biometric. So we realized that we had unintentionally created a digital divide. So we are just about now, after testing the solution, we are about to install kiosks in the local offices of the United Nations, where we detected that there are these instances of inability to have an adequate smartphone. And basically, we're installing iPad in the office of the UN, where once a year, our local retiree can go and conduct the proof of existence. Another evolution of the solution was that the UN at large, when we went live, they realized that we had created a digital identity for when people live in the organization. So they decided to adopt the same technology, the same approach to create a UN digital identity for all the staff members that are actually still in the workforce, that are actively working in the UN. So this already, there are 6 UN entities that are working on this platform, and there are different use cases that have been implemented. And as I alluded to at the beginning, we also received some important recognition. The award of the UN Secretary General, the Government Blockchain Association. This is myself, again, apology for the slide that doesn't render very well. When at the British Blockchain Association early this year, a scientific conference, and this is the Gartner case study. And this is an article published by the Investment and Pension, a professional publication, recognize our effort. This, I showed this slide early May of last year. I presented the World Summit of Information Society in Geneva, and I was pleased to have with me on stage, for those who know more about the history of the blockchain, you will recognize Scott Stornada, who is one of the 2 co-inventors, together with Stuart Haber, of the blockchain technology itself. So Scott is a big fan of the blockchain uses in domain that other than crypto. So I was very pleased and very honored to have him with me. There are a lot of lessons learned because we went live, as I told you, in 2021 during the core of the COVID period. So some of the challenges that we had, of course, not foreseen. So many elements for lesson learned that we have gained throughout the process. But I'm stopping here. I thank you for your patience with my delay in connecting. And if there are any questions, either now, online, or offline, please feel free to connect with me. The QR code is the link to my LinkedIn account. So whoever wants to continue this conversation, I'll be very happy to engage. Thank you, Sergey. The floor is back to you.
Dino, thank you so much for the great presentation. One question.
Sure.
What a very generic one, but for such a large organization as yours, what was the biggest bottleneck for the application? So what was the biggest problem you met?
Well, listen, look, the biggest problem was at the very beginning. First and foremost, by considering that we are a pension fund, the primary, if you will, clients of our organization are people, the demographics is people that are relatively advanced in their age. Not all of them, because of course our clients are also those who are still working, so relatively young. But a good portion of our clients is relatively advanced with age. And so some of them are not, let's say, digitally comfortable with using smartphone, with the concept of digital identity. So at the beginning, there was a lot of skepticism, a lot of fear. When people heard the blockchain, they immediately interpreted the blockchain as a synonym of a Bitcoin. And by jumping to Bitcoin, they started to be concerned. We were told that some people thought that we were being responsible in using a technology that was depleting the natural resources, because by thinking about Bitcoin, they thought about proof of work consensus mechanism. There was also concern about the fact that the application used biometrics. So they were concerned about, where is my biometric ending up, and which database can be hacked, can be stolen. So we had to invest a lot in communication, in reassuring. That's why my obsession for the independent ISO certification, in order to show to them, to demonstrate to them that we really apply due diligence in making sure that the application was secure, that we were mindful of their concern, but also to explain the use of the technology. And at the very beginning, we created a lot of manual step-by-step guidance, but we realized that people usually don't read the long documents. They don't have the patience, they don't have the time. So we had to really engage in video. We started to create video, and really the call center, a client survey, they did a great job in little by little answer all the questions, the query, the concern that our client brought up. So it was a relatively long process, but that was the issue of awareness and explanation, explainability was very important.
Well, thank you. That's a great answer. And yeah, the awareness and perception of distributed ledger technologies, and separation it from like cryptocurrencies and different other things is a significant barrier.
Right.
We have a lot of questions, of course, because your presentation was very informative. But because of these technical issues, we just have to move on. Yeah. Thank you so much for being with us. We will be reaching out, and if dear audience, if there are any questions, you have the contacts of Dino on the screen. Feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much, and again, apologies for my delay.
No worries. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So now it is my honor to introduce Jess Scully, which is the Executive Director of Radical Exchange Foundation. Jess, please, the stage is yours. Feel free to introduce yourself, and the presentation is also on the screen.
Hi, Sergi. Great to be here. Thank you so much for having me here at this event. And it was wonderful to hear Dino's presentation also. My name is Jess Scully. I have the very good fortune of being the Executive Director of Radical Exchange. And I'm very pleased to join you to give you a bit of our backstory, where we've come from, where we're going, and how we see our mission as aligning with your mission to rebuild and reimagine Ukraine. Radical Exchange is a network and a foundation that was founded about 7 years ago, inspired by the book Radical Markets and the visionary work of economist and plurality advocate Glenn Weil. Glenn, you've probably heard of if you're interested in mechanism design, if you're interested in innovation in economics also, and political economy. Glenn has gathered an impressive community of collaborators and followers who likewise agreed that, markets would deliver a more efficient allocation of resources if they weren't distorted by monopolies, by speculation, by hoarding. And in a very connected way, that our democracies would be more resilient, more robust, more inspiring if they empowered us all to participate more deeply. And if they weren't captured by the tyranny of the majority, for example, or by the influence of elites. So more than just talking about these ideas and writing about these ideas, Glenn and his collaborators founded Radical Exchange to bring these alternative possibilities to life. And they've been doing so over the last 7 years by creating mechanisms that combine radical thinking in project design, in tools, in technology, but also with very deep thinking about policy and institutions. And personally, that's the aspect that I come from. So I'm only very recently a member of the Radical Exchange team. I joined about 3 months ago. I've been in conversation with them for about a year. But my background is in creative culture, in local government, in an elected position here in Sydney, Australia, where I'm based. But I was so inspired to learn about the Radical Exchange network and the projects that Radical Exchange puts into action. So I was very excited to join the team. And so the kind of 3 ingredients in the Radical Exchange recipe are this incredible global community of collaborators, a set of tools and mechanisms that have been hugely influential in particularly, in Web3 space, but in other spaces too. And then also this series of policy proposals and projects that this community have tested together. So let me tell you a little bit about those 3 aspects as I tell you a bit about our story so far. We have an incredible board, which I think includes the most influential political leader for digital democracy, the first digital minister of Taiwan, Audrey Tong, the creator of Ethereum and its chief philosopher, Vitalik Buterin. Glenn, of course, is on our board, and then the leading policy academic and the CEO of the New America think tank, Anne-Marie Slaughter. And alongside these innovators, we also have 2 incredible creative innovators, the artist Christopher Kulandran Thomas and the actor and filmmaker Joseph Gordon-Levitt. But alongside those champions who are quite influential on a global sphere, we also have a global community that is in very active, very experimental, and they're all driven by their own distinct interests and their own areas of exploration, from Amsterdam to Zurich, via Casablanca, La Paz, Taipei, and Sydney, and of course, Kyiv. So the Radical Exchange communities are a critical part of our story also. These are some of the mechanisms that our team has developed and tested, which have, as I said, had influence in the Web3 world and beyond. If you've ever contributed to a Gitcoin funding round, for example, you've used plural funding, which has assisted the community-led allocation of more than $70 million for public goods and projects supporting the Ethereum ecosystem so far. And we have tested these tools and mechanisms within governments, in temporary communities like the Edge City communities, and with artists and innovators like the UK's Serpentine Arts Technologies as well. So here are some of the projects that Radical Exchange has implemented over the last 7 years. So this is where we've come from. And now looking forward, I've come on board as executive director at a moment in global history when real but radical alternatives to the status quo, I think, are absolutely essential. And they need to be scaled, replicated, adapted to local contexts, and popularized. They need to be put forward into the public imagination, because business as usual in not just Ukraine, but in almost every country I can name in the world, business as usual is laying the foundation for tyranny, for authoritarianism, for fascism. It's a threat that's more real than it's been in our lifetimes. And it's accelerated by spiraling inequality, by wealth extraction, and by the real threat of climate change and mass migrations as a result. So that's the context that we see our work as adding value and adding a new perspective within. So the task that I have as the new executive director is to bring these radical ideas into the mainstream, and to not just serve as Imagineers and experimenters, but also now we have a critical role to play as translators to help bring radical thinking, to move it from the edge, from people who are experimenting in Web3 communities, who are experimenting, who are academics perhaps, or who are working in alternative communities like Edge City. And we have to bring it right into the center of the policy debates, and also into popular discussions in communities around the world. So that's our very big challenge. And so to do that, we've devised these 4 strategic pillars to help focus and guide our work. And I'm sure there'll be resonances for you and connections between our ideas and our projects and our priorities, and those that you're exploring in Ukraine as you imagine a path, through and then beyond the war. We're at this moment where we don't just have to protect democracy, we have to transform it in the face of threats arising from the age of AI and the age of tyrants. We don't just have to build taller walls or smarter machines in defensive mode. We also have to distribute our resources differently and source our solutions and our knowledge from the plurality and the diversity of many minds and many local communities from the bottom up. And we don't just have to act as residents of one place or workers in one industry because of changes to the dynamics of industries, the dynamics of social organization in the online world. We have to find new ways to see ourselves and to organize collectively to counter threats, but also to build new opportunities. And then this final pillar about imaginative hope, to do any of the above, we need to tell different stories about the future, and we need to imagine a more active and empowered role for every one of us. So here are some of the projects that I hope will be relevant for Ukraine from our forward program, and which I hope bring this plan to life. So I will very quickly move us through these 6 projects. From our democratic transformation stream of work, as I said, we have the good fortune of working with global leaders in digital democracy. So how do we translate their expertise and make it more accessible to community organizations, to student movements, to local municipalities, anyone who is motivated to make their democracy more participatory, as Audrey Tong says, more fast, fair, and fun. And how can we not just incubate this high level thinking, but also make it more accessible to the whole world? And to do that, we're developing the Resilient Democracy Toolkit. We're seeing this as an entry point into the world of digital democracy. And actually this Friday, as a part of this event that we're here together at today, we are running an event with the Web3 Institute, which is called The Future of Digital Democracy, Learning with Ukraine. And we're running a workshop as part of that event with some of the innovators you see here on the screen. These are some innovators in civic tech from Ukraine, but also from around the world. And we also are bringing people with a whole spectrum of lived experience. So you don't have to be a civic tech expert to add value in this conversation. We invite you to join us, and we hope you will help us shape this toolkit that we're developing. After the event, we will begin to compile the toolkit, and we will look forward to testing it with communities all around the world. Our next project is around public-private co-creation of civic tech. And we know that governments need to be more responsive everywhere, and they need to support communities in times of crisis. But rather than putting up more obstacles or barriers to community-led solutions, we are drawing on Taiwan's famous presidential hackathon to design a process that helps governments actually embrace feedback and engage with public-private co-design processes. So, part of my backstory is that I was in an elected role in local government for about 7 years as the Deputy Lord Mayor of the City of Sydney. And I've also worked as an advisor in state government in Australia. And my experience was that there are brilliant people who work within bureaucracy, within civil service, but there are a lot of structural barriers to them taking on board feedback, implementing new ideas. And some of those barriers are there for a very good reason. Some of them are there for rigorous procurement processes. They're there for transparency, or they're there to ensure there's a correct allocation of public funds, for example. But it is also really difficult to get new ideas moving within government. So we are developing this project. I hope to have more information on this soon, but I, of course, would love to talk to anyone who's tuning in, who is in government, in any department, who's curious about this process and who can see potential in their own context. Likewise, civil service innovation networks really start from a place of respecting and valuing those people who dedicate their lives to civil service, but also from a place of understanding those structural barriers to people in governments, even being able to collaborate within government, across divisions, across departments, across government agencies or ministries. And there's also huge barriers to being able to adopt digital democracy approaches. And it's not just that people within public service do not want to be more participatory. It's that their institutions are not incentivized to experiment or to integrate tools or practices for 21st century democracy in many contexts. So we want to understand these barriers and to help innovators within public service to better understand the spectrum, of potential tools and approaches that are at their disposal, and to also understand the different ways that they're implemented around the world. So this is a kind of a two-way training program, which introduces core concepts from our network and our experience. There's broad listening from Japan, there's participation officer networks from Taiwan, and much more in between. But then it also tests these ideas with that cohort, with that expert group of practitioners, to understand their internal administrative obstacles to experimentation and to address how those obstacles have been overcome in other global contexts. So in this way, it's a training program with a difference, because it's not just telling people what they should do, but it will offer a diversity of options to embed participatory and innovative practices and to listen to what stands in the way, while also connecting practitioners with a wide variety of experience. Moving on to our resilient decentralization stream, there's some alignments actually with what Dino was talking about in the last presentation. We're building on the thinking of Vitalik Buterin, who has introduced the idea of DAC. So DAC is decentralized, democratic, differentiated, and defensive technological accelerationism. So one way of thinking about that is a more discerning alternative to kind of raw, unchecked AI accelerationism that we see promoted in many contexts, or the sort of denialism of deceleration, people who say, switch it off, we need more rules before we implement AI. I mean, it's already happening. So how can we take a policy position that allows humans to steer the development of this technology? There are already really brilliant builders and technologists who are working on the platform layer of DAC, but we believe that there's a policy and story layer that is required to help familiarize more people with DAC as an alternative, and to ensure that it's on the table as governments make policy choices about AI. So please do drop a comment or get in touch if this is something that appeals to you, or if you think that there's a connection with your work in relation to this approach on mainstreaming DAC as AI policy. Also, on the topic of resilience and decentralization, we're very deeply inspired by a platform called CoFacts. It's a Taiwanese technology established by some very young developers in 2016. It uses the wisdom of the crowd to counter disinformation and misinformation at scale. And, we know that misinfo and disinfo has been a huge problem in Ukraine, but no country or community is immune to the effects of a polluted information ecosystem. And the effects can be both politically and socially toxic. So we hope that we will be able to support the spread of this approach and its localization in more countries and communities. If this is something that's of interest to you, the co-founder of CoFacts, Billion Lee, will be joining us and giving a presentation at our event on Friday. So we welcome you to join us at that event as well. And the final project that I want to share with you today is from our collective agency stream. We're facing this AI future, which is potentially going to have hugely detrimental effects to the knowledge economy and be hugely challenging to many industries and sectors, from media to creative production and beyond. I'm sure this is something that you've been talking about a lot in this discussion. So what we're working on at Radical Exchange is building collective sectoral bargaining power. So imagine unions for the age of data farms rather than for the age of factories. And so in partnership with media organizations in Indonesia and in the US, we're exploring some opportunities and some platforms, some tools to help set fairer terms for the age of AI, and we want to play an active role in applying our mechanisms and our expertise to the task. It's a hugely complicated task. It's something that relates to, both a technical approach, but also a kind of system design and business design approach, licensing and co-ownership approach as well around intellectual property. So this is something that we can draw on the history of mechanism design within Radical Exchange in undertaking this work as well. So there's quite a lot there. What does this mean for the task facing Ukraine today? And, I'm sure that you can see some really common threads and shared challenges in the projects that I've shared so far. But there are three general principles that I think could be a bridge between the work that we're doing and the kinds of ideas that you're exploring. We see the future as being decentralized. We see it requiring a defensive mindset. And we also think that the solution to threats on democracy is enhancing, updating, embedding, and accelerating democracy. So let me take you through what I mean by that. First of all, we see a positive future as needing to be built on a foundation of decentralized power, knowledge, and infrastructure. And, I know this is something that is really pertinent to the Ukrainian situation. It's something you're living today. And I recently saw this extraordinary ecosystem map, and I saw this described as the post-naive generation of internet builders. So this is where you can see Radical Exchange is in this landscape there. We're listed as a catalyst in the mapping of this landscape. But the good news is, we're not alone. There are so many organizations, foundations, companies, groups like the Web3 Institute who are building the alternatives that we need. But in doing so, we have to realize that we're not in competition with each other. We're all contributors to an ecosystem that needs to act in a decentralized way, but with a collective intention to counteract the influence and the power of monopolies and oligarchs that are distorting our democracy, our economy, our information ecosystems, and much more. So this is the way we see a decentralized future actually being one that is hugely unifying, hugely motivating, and a huge positive opportunity. We also see a positive future as being balanced between being defensive while also being positive. So this is something else that we have taken from Vitalik Buterin's writing. It's defensive in the way that we are countering misinformation. So we're doing it, or we're proposing that we do this with community wisdom and community participation, rather than kind of centralized sources of wisdom, for example, or centralized authorities. But at the same time, we're also suggesting that this community participation is really positive and participatory, in that we're amplifying and elevating platforms for raising community voices in other ways, and that we're expanding our discourse and making it easier for more people to have their say more often on more issues. It's a defensive pose in that we're not overly optimistic or naive about the size and strength of the kinds of cyber attacks we can expect to face, the hacks or the misinformation campaigns. But it's a positive approach in that we're putting forward a policy vision that is all about human agency, and it's all about, putting humans at the steering wheel as we design the future of tech policy and AI policy. And the future is democratic, and we think that the answer to threats to democracy is more democracy. So in Ukraine, you have an extraordinary foundation with accelerating expertise and infrastructure for e-participation. Many places in the world can learn from you and learn with you on this front. That is the premise of the event that we're hosting on Friday, where we're learning from Ukrainian innovators in digital government, in digital participation, but we're also bringing expertise from elsewhere in the world, and we want to cross-pollinate that expertise. But the next step beyond, digital service delivery, the kind of bottom-up infrastructure for e-participation, we think is building on that foundation with some of the other tools, training, and techniques that we're developing. And the path takes us through cultural change. So this is back to that pillar I was talking about earlier around imaginative hope. The stories that we tell, the ideas that we believe, the media narratives that we consume, that really creates the foundation of the ideas that we believe to be possible. So we want to make sure that we're telling stories that explain the countervailing power of democratic participation as not just being something that takes place at election time, but something that is a role for active citizenship. And we also want to be defensive and thoughtful, and discerning, by really understanding the obstacles that stand in the way of a deeper engagement with democracy. Whether that's cultural, whether it's people thinking that they don't have power, or whether it's structural. Because true transparency and participation at all levels of government is necessary in order to be the counterweight, the force that counters oligarchs and authoritarianism, and that's something that is common in very, very many contexts around the world. So thank you for the opportunity to share our work with you. We invite you to collaborate with us in a spirit of radical imagination and experimentation, and we're hopeful that we can build a future that we can all look forward to. Please get in touch. Please share questions in the chat, or get in touch with me. I'd be very happy to meet you. Thank you so much for inviting me to contribute today.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. I would like to ask a question. So it was a very informative presentation. And for Ukraine, right? So we are going through we will be going through the process of reconstruction after the conflict, because sooner or later it will end. And what do you think will be the, how to say this, the initiative you suggest to be primary from the information which you shared with us? So what is the, in a nutshell, what is the lowest hanging fruit?
I mean, I think there's already such great advances that Ukraine has already undertaken with your, e-petitions, your participatory budgeting through platforms like the ones EGAP have developed. I think the idea of DREAM is really exciting as well. So some of those are really great models. But I think there is an opportunity to perhaps use some of the ideas from our developing resilient democracy toolkit to look at who is participating in those kinds of opportunities. How do we ensure that we're overcoming some of the digital divides, and how do we bring more people into consultation and engagement at a deeper level? And are there opportunities for deliberation rather than just consultation on many issues? So this is something that we think helps to build more social cohesion and unity as well, around shared intentions and shared decision-making around funding public goods, for example. So I think there are opportunities to implement deliberative platforms as part of your e-participation processes that would give more people the opportunity to debate and discuss the issues at a values level, at a more strategic policy level, that would perhaps give people more confidence and more interest in participating in some of the direct allocation or project backing processes of participatory budgeting, for example. And then there's also processes like broad listening, which has come from Japan, a very, very new concept. But essentially it's using tools like AI, and platforms, the mindsets and approaches of the open source developer community, to get more people involved in actually writing policy. So it takes a conversational approach using AI to draw out people's interests and concerns, and then it converts those conversations into policy proposals that can then be adopted by elected representatives or candidates or government entities. So it gives people a rich but accessible way of engaging with setting priorities and establishing policy. So those would be some of the suggestions that I think we could bring to enrich and enhance some great processes that you already have in Ukraine.
Well, thank you. This is a great answer, and most certainly appreciate this information. We will be certainly following up with the follow-up questions. Currently, due to the time constraints, we actually have to start the following presentation. And yes, appreciate for the information, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great event.
Have a great day. Thank you. So, and the next speaker is Richard Wang. Hello, Richard.
Hello.
From a partner at Draper Dragon Fund. Richard, the stage is yours, and the presentation is on the screen.
Yes. So I'm going to share. That's my screen or your screen? Your screen, right?
Well, it is everyone's screen, so you can navigate. You can navigate it, so you can click and slides will go. Or I will, or if you want, I can help you with this.
Yes, please. I guess I only have 10 minutes, so I want to give the audience a very simple idea about us. So we are a very typical venture capital from Silicon Valley since 2005. So I'm not sure if I'm able to manipulate my screen. Is okay? Working now?
Yes, it is working.
Okay, not sure if my screens work, but again, I like to share the idea is that we are a very typical venture capital, and we deploy a lot of portfolio since 2015 till today is already say 10 years, right? So what we are deploying is a Web3 technology, or say, of course, including Web3, say DLT technology for sure. In the past, and we do support a lot of layer one project because we believe the DLT technology layer one is going to change the world. For whatever data exchange is going forward has to be and necessary to be based on the DLT technology. So what we have do in the past, so maybe Sergey, you can help you to navigate the slide to that we have done in the past. Not sure. I don't know. I'm not able to. Or maybe just slow. Uh-oh.
So this is slide 2. I can navigate further. Slide 3.
Sorry, Sergey, not able to hear you. Oh, let's go. No, more. Let's go more. The less more. Yes, more. Right. Anyway, we believe the future is based on AI and also Web3. And today, I also like to highlight the Web3 is what we focus because we believe the fundamental freedom and trust is going to bring the better life for human being. And then to doing so, we need to build up a lot of different technology and also invent a lot of different innovative product to support the goal here, right? So as a typical venture capital, what we like to do is to find the talent and also to support and build the ecosystem together. So let's go to the next page, please. Right, and again, so if you know that actually the founder of Vitalik also mentioned about the Web3 and the AI together also build up the full infra. Again, that's what we believe, and we believe that's not a conflict. It's something need to merge and also co-work together, and that's our belief. And also in the meantime, we also trying to looking for a lot of very talented startup all over the world. Let's see the next page. Yes. So in the past, actually, in the past 10 years, we have invest a lot of different, say, blockchain company, crypto asset company, say, Web3 company. That's all about us. And today, let's go to the next one to talking about today. Yeah, that's what we had invested so far. So for this page, we are going to show you that we believe the exchange is going to have this, right? Not only the centralized exchange, but also decentralized exchange. Also, we believe that all the DeFi involve the staking, infra protocol, involve the DID, involve the privacy preserving technology, also a lot of different application, which when I'm talking about application means the gaming, means the payment. And also in Asia, we also know there's something very important. It's called RWA and also tokenization. And we believe that would be very useful and also valuable for Ukraine because there's a lot of assets need to be tokenized. Only after tokenization, you will find and also build up the more value based on that. I mean, economic value. So that's also one very sexy point that we are focused on, we are looking for, and also we support that. When I say we support that means that we not just to deploy our capital into those startups, but also bring our portfolio ecosystem to support this market. Means not necessary to educate the market, but also build up the market as well. And the other thing is about the Bitcoin ecosystem. And one more thing is about DePIN. The DePIN is also very interesting topic, and I think that's also very important for Ukraine because when we say the DePIN is a physical infra, right? And the physical infra, including the bandwidth, backbone, connectivity, mobile operation, to name a few. So for those, the physical infra is very difficult nowadays to support by centralized platform because it may require very heavy capital. However, we are able to use in a decentralized way to bring in more capital from decentralization, network, connection node, and even the individual. To set that, we are able to bring in the ecosystem back based on to support the physical infra based on the decentralization philosophy and also mechanism. So that's what we believe so, and we will see it's going to be popular in next 5 or 10 years later. So let's go to the next page. So very easy. Yes. So that's only a sector we believe that's going to happen in the future. And among this sector, we believe there's one thing we need to highlight about the AI. Of course, everybody knows AI is going to facilitate a lot of different enterprise growth and also facilitate a lot of different utility usage application. However, the centralized AI is going to bring some issue as well. So we believe the decentralized AI and also open source AI is going to happen and also help a lot of different sector in different area. So I'm not sure where I am now. Don't see the slide. Yep, Sergey?
Yes, something happened on my end as well. Yeah, maybe some technical.
I guess it's got. So maybe are you able to share a screen again? Because I like to highlight what we can do, what we can help.
I need to re-upload the presentation. My apologies. 1 second. Yeah. Yes, here it is.
Yeah, let's go to the last 2 pages.
Yes. This?
Yes. I think what is needed is not necessarily only for Ukraine, but also for the for all the world, right? DLT technology definitely infra is definitely for everything. People talking about everything can be tokenized and everything talking about the way, right? But we believe what is when we do the data transfer, whatever the data is, even you do a payment, 1 cent payment is a data transfer. Everything need to build based on the DLT technology for everything. That's a very important thing. So that's necessary. And tokenization is better for sure, a lot things, and also it's faster and cheaper. And then we would see, as I mentioned earlier, decentralization AI, open source AI, edge AI, including the Web3 tokenomics, also DLT technology is going to change the world. So next page, please. So based on my perspective as a very typical venture capitalist, as a venture capital, we believe we are able to deploy the capital to support the company. I mean, when I say the company, is mean the innovative company to provide this disruptive technology and also to support a very unique. And we also support a venture capital, venture studio and also incubator program. That's something we can help with Ukraine to help the different entrepreneur and also start the company to build up their ecosystem. And of course, we from the past few decade, right? We know the standard mean a lot of things. So we are going to support IEEE standard from our position as well, because we think the standard is only way is able to unify and uniform all the different organizations to build up the system together. So we also like to have the first step to build up the ecosystem from regional perspective. When I say so, because I also from the last speakers talking about a different region, right? And myself has come from Taiwan, and we also talk to Taiwan government to try to support different standard and try to bring in the different technology to build on the DID, for example, and also different logistic service, enterprise service based on the technology. So we believe the cooperation from regional perspective is going to help out the worlds, come together to based on the blockchain technology. So yes, that's my sharing to all the audience. Thank you very much.
Richard,
back to you.
Yes, thank you so much for this good presentation. We still have 2 minutes, so a lot of things which are a simple question. How we potentially let's say there is a founder, right, in Ukraine, who, for example, comes up with some interesting use case about blockchain and logistics, right? And for example, he founds the partnership in Ukraine, for example, like Nova Poshta or Ukr-Poshta, right? And they implement some pilot. And then they, for example, also are joining some incubation program of some global provider, let's say DHL. Again, I'm making all this up. So how this company can be funded by your fund and supported using one or multiple of these programs you presented?
Yes, I think it's easy to find us, right? We do have a very good reputation in Silicon Valley, so it's easy to find us. And in the meantime, we also participate in all the different conference to showcase our program. I mean, for example, the Venture Studio and also incubator program. And in the meantime, we also have a lot of different scouts in university to have a network and connection with the peoples. So, well, I would say, in a way, it should be very relatively easy to contact us. For example, you can just simply to try our website, jupiterdragon.com. That would be very easy way to reach us.
Yeah, great, Richard. Thank you so much for all the answers. We definitely will be reaching out because it is all very interesting and very aligned to the things which we were discussing internally multiple times. Now we have to.
Yeah, I want to highlight one thing. Sorry, Sergey. I want to highlight one thing. We invest only talents. It's not necessarily what region is. So when the talent is able to find a market and able to find the right company, right team to grow the market, that's why we focus. So it's very straightforward. We're looking for the people is able to change the world and also bring the value to the world.
Well, that's very important. Reconstruction of Ukraine and further advancements of the projects which will be coming as a result of this will need funding. And thank you for this.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. All right. We now have to move forward to the panel. I'm adding speakers. So Alexander Barnyakov, Paul Brody, Dimitrios Psarakis, Hart Montgomery, and Dr. Ramesh Ramados. Well, then I need to say also Dr. Hart Montgomery. So it is great to have you all here. Thank you so much for joining. I suggest we slightly change the agenda for this panel because it was supposed to be me explaining what is this all about, and then you doing the introduction, and then we're going through the questions. I suggest let's start from you introducing yourself, and then we will process in the due course. I think the flow will be better this way.
Okay, I can start. So my name is Alex Bornikov. I work in the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and it's already like a couple of years that we've passed the law and rooting forward to launch the cryptocurrency market in Ukraine. I think we are close to this point, and I'm happy to be here to discuss DLT and other things.
All right.
Hi, everybody. I'm Paul Brody. I'm the global blockchain leader at EY, and I'm also the chairman of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance.
Thank you, Hart.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. My name is Hart. I work for the Linux Foundation, where I serve as the CTO of Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust, and I also run the Post-Quantum Cryptography Alliance.
Yeah, that's amazing. Ramesh? We cannot hear you. I think you are muted. Yeah, you are muted. There is a sign that your mic is muted.
Now, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Ramesh Ramadas, I serve as the chair of the IEEE blockchain technical community.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we lost Dimitrius. I think let me then process maybe with the presentation, right? And then Dimitrius is not here. All right. So I will start with the presentation. So basically, I will go very quickly through the slides. So what is this all about? So impact of decentralization of the key sectors of Ukraine's digital economy is the research which we all in different roles are working on. So a little about myself. I'm a PhD in computer science. I work in infrastructure. So basically, for 8 years, I studied different approaches to blockchain infrastructure. But it is difficult to work on infrastructure without understanding the use cases. And real life use cases is my main focus for the last 8 years. So I work at Web3 Institute. So basically, this research is Web3 Institute is kind of a Web3 initiative of Ukraine. It is a project office which works for the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine and supports many different initiatives like Academy. Dimitrius joined us. So different activities in academy, industry, different research activities, and I will cover this topic a little later on the following slides. So how it all started? I joined this initiative in 2023, and I got lucky enough that from the early days I was involved into the work with on innovation strategy, which was presented in December of 2023. And it was interesting, but what caught our attention that, we were addressing the particular areas and it wasn't full, right? We were addressing the areas of the current interest. And we were thinking that it may make sense to create a research which can cover the main use cases across all the main sectors of the economy of Ukraine, to no matter whether there is a priority to implement them now or going forward, because having this map, it may be easier to create different plans and different activities for this implementation. So it was a good idea. It took a little bit for us to design how this is going to happen. And this summer, the process started, and I currently serve as a lead researcher of this initiative, but this is the initiative of the group. So the tasks we assigned to ourselves is first to Ukraine currently is doing a very good job at digitalization, and it is not a flattery. It is like the success of DIA app is a rather well-known case. In Ukraine, of course, and outside of Ukraine as well. So we decided that, and also we decided that we will need to not only do the analysis how the cases could be implemented in paper-based work, digitized and then put on DLT, because a lot of use cases sometimes we can hear like some sound titles like some company implemented blockchain at whatever, and they cut the expenses for 30% from their paper-based process, right? And when we hear this, I often think, if they would have just digitized the process, right, they would also probably achieve to some, I don't know, maybe 30, maybe whatever. So we made the task for ourselves a little bit more complicated. So we are combining not how it worked without digitalization, but how the decentralized case will be advantageous to already digitized case. So the second angle is privacy. So basically, of course, when we were reviewing a lot of government and enterprise and different other sectors, we have a lot of data which probably is better not to be public. So and the way privacy works in distributed ledger technology is different than how it works, for example, in databases, right? We don't have the same situation when we have like public database and then we click the checkbox, okay, login and password, and here we go, we have like private database. So it requires different design of the applications where we have like some private ledgers, private databases, public ledgers, some communications between them, some proofs, something revealed, something not revealed, etc. So this is an additional topic of our study, and also our task here is to combine both technical aspects of this and kind of the popular science. So basically, we need to explain sometimes difficult things using like very simple language to stakeholders which may not be technical enough. So these are the details of our approach. And currently, we started this summer, so we are not that far in the process, but we have already done something. So we on the screen you can see some of the industries which are currently in the works. So currently we have like 17 articles in the process, and the primary industries are highlighted. I don't see. You see them highlighted? No, we don't see them highlighted. But anyways, it is legal sector and energy sector. They will probably go first, unless we will be instructed or for some reason will decide internally otherwise. So also a lot of these activities, they actually will result to establishing certain standards, because the area of standardization is currently not developed. So we established the pre-standardization initiative, and we already have experience. Our research group already had experience of starting the standard and basically driving it to the very last stages. We recently received, actually, we see on the screen one award, but we received 2 awards, one of them 2 days ago for the standard of the recurring transactions. And there will be a lot of standards coming for solving different tasks for the economies. And I currently present from Asia, because last week I actually was presenting before the government of Taiwan this initiative for potentially Ukrainian researchers and Taiwanese researchers and then other researchers then to collaborate on creation of these standards. And well, we shall see how it will end up, but this is work in progress, so to speak. So who can participate, right? In a nutshell, everyone. So researchers in Ukraine, researchers outside of Ukraine with who have the knowledge, the required knowledge of some industry or distributed ledger technology. We are welcoming everyone, and basically this research is designed to be decentralized. So basically, if you know something which you think can be helpful and you would like to contribute to the future of Ukraine, please feel free to reach out. Also, if organizations which are not organizations and individuals who are not in Ukraine and not from Ukraine can collaborate with us, because we can exchange experience, so they can learn something from us, we can learn something from them, and that's how it can be fruitful and productive. And everyone else, so who is willing to participate, we're welcoming everyone. So yeah, this is it from my side. And now let's start the panel. So basically, first and most important question is actually where, on your opinion, decentralization can bring the biggest value in Ukraine. And I think we should start from the government perspective on this. Alex, please.
Yeah, thanks. Well, to answer this particular question, I think that from what I see is their energy and utility sector could definitely benefit through those decentralized projects, like I don't know, peer-to-peer energy trading, automated settlements, and we have this big problem with their energy security now. So I think that's kind of where we could look. And by the way, I just recently heard about some of those projects coming in and started to discussing this. Also, everything is that's related to social payouts, and that's the next big thing that could be using DLT technologies. And I think that, like, speaking more generally, I still think that e-Hryvnia, so our electronic version of our currency, is I think the most important project, because it's kind of provide you a vehicle where you can build those DLT projects on. Because without it, it's kind of hard to imagine how you can. Well, it could be done, but it's going to be like I don't know, fractured and not. I don't think it's going to have solid perspective. So, National Bank of Ukraine is. I know they were working on towards the Hryvnia project for like municipal payment, tokenized public bonds, and decentralization that allows for like transfer, instant and programmable transaction, and even like marked money, where you can mark actually with some color, blue, I don't know, red, and trace them. But it's not yet live, so I was still expecting it. But I think, like, to summarize, e-Hryvnia is a necessary level that everything is then rest could be put on this level. Yeah, that's my vision.
That's very interesting. But when we're talking e-Hryvnia, it's essentially CBDC, right?
Yeah, CBDC. Yeah, I'm basically talking.
Okay, got it. Paul?
So I was listening to what Alex was saying, and I was thinking to myself, in the short run, I generally agree with the answer around energy, although I'm not sure it's really around energy trading. I think it's actually more around raising capital. So sort of microgrids are actually quite difficult to put together, but what's relatively easy to do is to finance batteries and solar panels and other kind of distributed energy infrastructure. I think sort of by far the most proven short-term ROI in the whole crypto space is really around raising capital. Raising capital and distributing it to entrepreneurs is incredibly effective. I think in the medium term, really resilient supply chains and resilient kind of decentralized supply chains and resilient kind of information systems are, a big benefit that come from implementing blockchain, and then it eventually expands into things like public sector procurement, where it's very corruption proof. And I think giving foreign aid donors confidence in how money is being spent is very important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. We have Dimitrius joined. Dimitrius, feel free to introduce yourself, because when we ran through the series of introduction, you were not there, and yeah, there's the same question to you. If you want, I can repeat the question. So, where do you see the most benefit from the implementation of decentralization in the sectors of economy of Ukraine, or some how to say this, based on maybe comparable examples or anything else?
Thank you very much. Apologies for this technological lapsus. Greetings from the United States. My name is Dimitris Psarakis, and I'm a senior fellow at Wharton Business School, where I'm teaching digital assets, and I'm doing research on digital assets. Before that, I was economic and monetary policy specialist at the European Parliament, where I had the opportunity to draft Title II and Title III of MiCA, the DLT pilot regime, and the crowdfunding platforms regulation. And I'm very happy to share with you that last year I was commissioned by the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe to draft a regulation framework for crypto assets for Ukraine. So I took MiCA and I tried to accommodate it based on the macroeconomic and microeconomic needs of Ukraine, because copy-pasting a European Union regulation to Ukraine at this stage is at least dangerous. So on your question, of course, from an economic point of view, Web3 economy streamlines stuff and drives growth. So to me, I have 5 points that I think that we can seek streamlining of operations, which is, of course, lowering cost of capital with tokenization and global distribution, widening to investors, faster multiplier, milestone-based disbursements that reduce idle costs and accelerate project completion, export uplift with cheaper, faster settlements, anti-corruption dividend, and of course, green reindustrialization. The question is why? Because we need to find a model that allows the crowdsourcing of partnerships for the accelerating process, which is about all blended finance, diaspora channels, corporate anchor buyers, local banks and fintechs all should work together. And it also allows us to create key performance indicators, to test how things work, to pivot accordingly. So I see this as an infrastructure for accelerating growth. And I'm very rosy and very confident that this could be extremely beneficial for Ukraine at this stage.
Thank you so much. That's a very good input. Ramesh, please feel free to share your views. Where the decentralization can deliver the biggest value for the economy of Ukraine.
Well, I mean, there are many use cases, right? I mean, obviously the CBDC is a great starting point. Many countries are looking at it, and I mean, once you do that, I mean, you could always look at naturally tokenization of assets, right? National assets, and then even beyond that, I mean, you can use blockchain infrastructure for public expenditure tracking, and even tax collection, even refund, and so on. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with blockchain. Of course, the currency part is one, but there's also the just simple like ledger, immutable ledger part of it. The applications I mentioned. I mean, there's a whole list of things we can look at, but I don't know which direction you want to take the conversation, right? I mean, tokenization is another hot topic right now, right? I mean, I don't know if any country is looking at tokenizing their assets. So that's one, topic.
Well, we may actually streamline the conversation to any direction we want, and I also suggest we a little lower the pace, because first speaker actually had some technical issues for like 15 minutes, and because of that, we started all to speak, a little faster at the following presentation. But now, yeah, we are right on time, so please, we don't have time constraints, so your inputs are highly valuable for us and for the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned a few use cases, but I'll let others speak, and then we can talk more. I mean, we have like an hour, right?
Yeah. All right. So thank you for that, and Hart.
Awesome, thanks. So first of all, I agree with Alex about energy being very important. I also agree with Paul on the funding angle and think that's an excellent opportunity. I think something that no one else has said yet that I think is really important is a digital decentralized identity ecosystem. Lots of other things digitally go much, much better and much, much more smoothly if you've got good decentralized identity solutions backing them all up. Sort of how energy is the backbone for a lot of things, I also see decentralized digital identity as the backbone for a lot of digital efforts. You know, particularly the funding, the anti-corruption, even things like a CBDC. I think having a digital identity system that's decentralized is really important.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you for this. And Alex, I wanted to ask, and what are the we have an identity system in India, right? And what are the views of Ministry of Digital Transformation on the decentralized digital identity?
Can you repeat the question?
So basically, DIA already have a digital identity. So every Ukrainian citizen have a digital identity in DIA app, right? What are, and again, if you are comfortable addressing this question now, what are the views about decentralization of digital identity of Ministry of Digital Transformation?
Well, there were a lot of conversation, especially since 2017, where the first rise of token propositions were started and popularity of blockchain raised. But we were always stuck in the point where we were trying to find a way to let government data to be decentralized. So basically, the data that government possess, especially personal data and citizen usually in Ukraine is not an exclusion here. It's protected by the law to be stored somewhere and under surveillance of certain authority. And if you ask them or you try to propose them to let this data to be on different computers, it's usually just I don't know, don't go anywhere, and they aggressively protect this this view that this data has to be centralized. Otherwise, they don't have power to protect it. There was a huge step forward when we agreed, and only because of the war in Ukraine, we moved forward to let government data to be in cloud. And I think the next step, maybe some of this data could be decentralized. And I actually did several attempts myself. We were trying to, I don't know, propose that, well, maybe we can store some registers data, like maybe on deeds and notary. We have thousands of notaries, so they can serve as a node, right? And they can confirm transactions. So I discussed this several times, but again, Ministry of Justice saying, okay, how we can release this data? This requires changes in the law. So I think the biggest challenge, when you were trying to make trying to move forward this decentralization, is basically our social consensus, like citizens has to, and the government has to agree that to let this data go to different nodes and not to be in this one place. And I don't know on this stage if it's possible, because of it's still, well, they're still afraid that this data could be lost. So I think we're going to get there eventually. And but I quite frankly, I don't see a chance like to let DLT project on massive scale with government data in Ukraine in the close future. Like this is close to impossible. I'm sorry, but I just trying to be frank, and this is my view.
I think that's pretty normal for governments to move relatively more slowly and be somewhat conservative in this approach. I think, if you look at the U.S. market, for example, the Genius Act did a great job of kind of unleashing the energy of banks and other entities. But the U.S. federal government isn't themselves actually doing a lot directly on chain. They're doing things like accepting tax payments and things like that. So I think that's you're probably not alone in sort of struggling with kind of raising up the pace. I think realistically speaking, this is probably more about, blockchain is probably more about getting the private sector to step up investment or to raise capital and to take advantage of the enthusiasm that people have in this space for certain things. That might be, for buying crypto assets and tokens and things like that.
Well, we hope so.
All right. So, and we kind of organically have come into the next question, which is what could be the key blockers and challenges in implementations? So, who would like to start?
Obviously, yeah, you have to think about what kind of blockchain, and obviously it's got to be open source. I don't know if that's okay with some governments, using open source solutions, because of course there are potentially security risks with open source. It's just not 100% foolproof. So that's one. And then the other thing is you're talking about decentralized infrastructure. So somebody has to fund it, even if it's open source, right? You have to keep the upgrades and development ongoing. And some of the issues that even if you use decentralized systems, right? Let's say, public or private blockchains, there's always going to be a need for some sort of governance. You can't have one person be in charge of some keys, or you can't have a if it's a public chain, you can't have one person have all the keys. This has been an issue. Even public blockchains, which people don't talk about too much, is just one or two people control the keys for the treasury, right? Multi-million-dollar of treasury, and basically that person has full control. Even though the infrastructure is supposedly a decentralized infrastructure, but the treasury, the assets, are under the control of one or two people, right? Handful. In some of the blockchains that I'm aware of. And then if you end up using a private blockchain, even there, I mean, how many validators are you going to have, right? Even if it's if it's a private blockchain run by a government, and they still have to have some sort of governance on who are the validators and so on. For example, EBSI, the Dimitris can talk about that. They have all these, each country running a node. That's what I hear. It may be different now. Like, they have this, all the EU countries running a node, and that's how they kind of maintain the governance. The governance is going to be an issue, even if you have used, so-called decentralized systems.
So Ramesh, I feel like you're describing, just like building a whole blockchain, and I'm sort of mystified as to why one would even need to do that, right? Public Ethereum is out there, just get on it and use it, right? You don't need to build it, you don't need to run it. Nobody controls the keys. Like you're describing a lot of issues that sound like building another layer 1 blockchain, and it doesn't seem like that's in any way necessary.
Well,
at this point.
That's if Alex is convinced to use Ethereum, sure.
Well, we were actually considering using Ethereum and Stellar and others. So that's how we're supposed to build this in the first place. And I think there were National Bank for CBDC was considering 3 or 5 different existing blockchains for sure.
Yeah, we also have Hyperledger. So yeah.
I know which had private layer. So blockchain with the private layer were just enough.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll mention a couple of points here. First of all, I want to push back a little bit on the notion that open source software decreases security. Typically, it increases security. And, we have a lot of data about that at the Linux Foundation. Definitely encourage you or anyone listening to read the research reports on that. We also have loads of code bases for blockchains, both in the Linux Foundation and tons more outside. So whether, even if you did, and I'm not saying you should, but if you hypothetically wanted to build your own L1, your own L2, your own L3, your own private chain, your own something in between, it's all already basically been done for you. And unless you're, it's all free open source code too. So unless you're, unless you really need something new and different, which you probably don't, there are a lot of good existing solutions out there. And as Paul said, there's definitely, the opportunity to use existing chains. You can run something lightweight like your own L2 if you want as well. So there are a lot of, I think, easy options.
Yeah, but my point was not like open source is decreasing security. I was just saying it's not like 100%, I mean, no software is 100%, secure, right? I mean, look, the number one, I think we're talking about blockchains versus, if you look at the public blockchains, I mean, the number one security risk is in smart contract bugs. Even today, people are losing billions and millions of dollars because of bugs in smart contracts. It's open source. It's still happening, correct? So, I think I'll let others
So it
share.
is, and I mean, it is and it isn't, right? I mean, where people are losing lots of money, it's almost always at like the cutting edge of sophistication, like DeFi. But I think if you were to go and look like at sort of relatively straightforward investing, we've gotten really good at custody, and the rate of like custody breaches and break-ins has decreased dramatically over the last few years. So I think it's an indicator of sector maturity. As you move away from the frontier, the level of risk and fraud kind of does get lower. You make a fair point, but I don't think that private blockchains really kind of solved that issue, because they incubate solutions that don't hold up very well once you put them in a public ecosystem.
Demetrius, I guess, is not here because he was involved in EPSI. It'd be nice to hear their perspectives. I'm just curious if, Sergey, I know you had some conversations. I don't know if Alex had some conversations with EPSI folks. There was a point you were talking about it. Yeah. The European blockchain service.
Yeah, we actually were, we got a status. We're not the European Union country yet. So we've got observer status in EPSI, and they had this pilot case to build, to move university diplomas data on this blockchain. So this way they can verify if it's legit or not, which I think makes sense. So like if your university in the European Union, all the diplomas you're issuing, they're storing in distributed ledger. So this way they verify their validity. And I don't know the state of this product. We didn't have meetings with EPSI for quite a time, but we have an observer status. We cannot vote, but we kind of can observe what's going on.
May I jump in here?
Absolutely, you are most welcome. And yeah, when you got disconnected, we were talking that it would be great for you to be with us and join. So yeah,
okay. So let me tell you first and foremost that the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, this is the EPSI for those who don't understand what EPSI is, was an initiative that came from our team in order to streamline the operations in many aspects of data governance in the European Union and have sharing infrastructures and do useful stuff for the citizens. And I want to tell you that, as it usually happens with the most government initiatives, it was a miserable failure in the beginning. And it was a failure on two sides. First, failure to ensure that the central government governance structure of the European Commission is really the appropriate organization to run a project like this. And another was very, very practical. I mean, the Swedish government said, okay, you want me to upload the health data of the Swedish citizens on this platform, which practically is a centralized permissioned architecture, and you want me to risk all this in this infrastructure. I will never let it happen. So for the first 3 years, we're just burning money. And the deputy minister mentioned the idea of onboarding the university diplomas. It took us 3 times terrible spending in order to do something that Ireland did in 1 month, and we paid it 12 times more in order to have this architecture, because in the beginning we had this Ethereum obsession that all the architecture should be decentralized and not use oracles. And it was impressive that in the first 2 years, the officials who were running this didn't know what an oracle is. So they wanted this centralized architectures all the way. So if you wanted to go to, say, Dimitris was in Harvard year 1998, go send Oracle there, get the data, come back, positive, negative, put it in the Europass, which is the European Union CD. This never happened. It would cost $100 to do it. It never happened. We spent it 1 million 3 times. So all this, and if allow me to be a little bit philosophical, what level should be the level of governance to organize this Web3 economy, and what trust? And I usually say this example with my students in Wharton. With blockchain, we learned that we can engineer trust in a level after what social engineering in the Hegelian or Marx or Fukuyama sense may say that, okay, we can engineer the trust of the citizens with social engineering. With blockchain, we can engineer trust further because we take the trust from the institution to the code. This is the one story. Wrong, right, it could work, it may not. But there is another layer too. In every scientific revolution, we always had a progress claimed by one pillar. What I mean is this. We have technically 3 pillars that organize the economy. The one pillar is the state. The second pillar is the market. There is a third pillar, economic extremely significant. This is called community. And this community is an institution. Are you with me? Because
sorry, there is a connection problem. Is it only on my end or
no. Yeah, it's breaking up for me too.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Can you please repeat the last maybe 30 seconds?
Yes.
The 3 pillars. You're talking about 3 pillars.
Yeah.
There are 3 pillars. The pillar called state, the pillar called market, and there was always a third pillar in the organization of the society, which is called community, which had strong economic and social implications. Whenever we had a scientific revolution, one of the 2 were competing.
No, it's almost impossible to hear.
Yeah, yes.
I wonder if video.
We cannot hear you.
Sorry for that, guys.
Try turning off the video, Dimitri.
Up. Okay. Is it any better now?
Yeah, actually, yes.
Any better? Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So I was saying that whenever we had the scientific revolution, market and state was trying to compete to control it. And on the process, we had super capitalistic states or super centralistic states, and the community was losing its power. Now, in this blockchain, artificial intelligence, quantum computing revolution, first time we have the opportunity to have a technological framework that actually can give to the community back power. So I suspect that for the states and the market is a little bit painful to allow to the communities to start building infrastructure based on Web3 economy, because Web3 is the infrastructure that will materialize the return of the community. And I think that knowing Ukraine, for people, for good friends, they know me. I have supported the operations, the military operations, using Web3 sources, and of course, not the central state. I think that this is very fundamental to build a new concept of state. That Europe cannot do it because it has a lot of legacy systems that work very well. America is exactly the same. Seeking for examples in China or India, I don't think that this is a serious thing to do. But Ukraine has the capability to build a new kind of state. My question in the European Parliament last week was, is Web3 the last destination? Can we have Web4, Web5? I would like to take your view on this, because the feeling is that Web3 is the last destination, and then we speak about Web3 plus. That's all from my side. Some thoughts that I just wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Well, that's interesting. And maybe just a quick follow-up to what Dimitri said. The concept that we have chosen back in 2019, when we just started, Minister of Digital Transformation was created, and President Zelensky said, you need to build a country in smartphone, and we introduced the concept of digital state. So Ukraine moving to digital state. And recently we changed this concept, but not to Web3, but we said we continue to build not digital state, but we start to build agentic state. So the bet is on AI, and we don't have much of the legacy that the European Union has, and that allow us to, and in Ukraine we don't have to do, I don't know, ask anybody except us, and we started to building this agentic state. So all this, everything is going to be based on AI eventually. To make long story short.
All right. Does
Am I the
anyone
only one who is a little bit scared about it?
Actually, we have Paul here who's
sorry, Ramesh, now it is on your end.
And he was just going to get to something good about me. I feel like I should play Mad Libs and just make up what he was going to say. But I feel like maybe Demetrius is a little bit sort of more philosophical than I would probably be about some of these things, right? I personally think EBSI didn't work because fundamentally it was a centralized approach to blockchain, and blockchains that are centralized don't really work and have no particular use. So I never really understood the point of EBSI to begin with, and I actually think the Swedes had a pretty good point there. I'm probably not.
Thank you.
I probably sort of lean towards the more pragmatic side of things. I'm really interested in basically facilitating infrastructure, raising capital, doing it quickly. To me, the assumption around doing something on public Ethereum is really all about just speed to market, speed to getting things done, and the fact that you get to leverage not just the software. Open source is great, like you get to leverage other people's work. Ethereum is great because not only do you get to leverage the open source software of other people, but you also get to leverage the global infrastructure, right? 10 years without going down, right? If you have an application running on top of Ethereum, it doesn't matter if there's not a single electron running in all of the Ukraine, that application will still keep running. And I think that's actually quite useful. And when your country is under attack, the ability to move some activity offshore is useful, not a liability. I think we have Ramesh back. Ramesh, you were winding up to criticize me, and I was here for it. Oh, and you're muted though.
Yeah, Ramesh, yeah, you're muted.
And I didn't do that to you. Just to be clear, I don't have that power. And he's gone again.
Yeah.
Well, I just clicked unmute. No, there is a connection problem again.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't criticizing you, Paul. I was just saying we have Paul representing like public blockchain, Ethereum, and Hart, private blockchain expert, and then Dimitri's about the government-built blockchain. So you have Alex as like all the.
Well, that's how the how to say this healthy discussion should be present. We are not biased to the particular side, right? And we have experts who are actually presenting and able to defend different views. So, and that's great. Ramesh.
Yeah, no, my connection is not great. But I was just saying we have, Alex has multiple choices here to consider. I mean, I represent IEEE. We try to stay neutral. We don't promote a particular technology or product. The thing is to look at the technology. Right?
All right. So we are, by the way, we have 9 minutes, but we, if needed, can stay a little longer. And we have 2 more questions. So one question is about policies and which policies should be enabled to unlock the value the faster. So again, what are the, figuratively speaking, lowest hanging fruits in this direction? So what could be done fast to achieve the fastest and the most efficient results?
Well, I can start maybe. Well, in Ukraine, there's a law on registers. And according to this law, the data from the register has to be stored in some centralized place. So in terms of policies, I think that, I think that's true for most of the countries, the similar approach. So they have laws that makes mandatory storing of data in one place. And I believe that there should be allowed for some of the categories, and Dimitros gave the example of Sweden and healthcare. Of course, well, we had the same conversation here in Ukraine. So like how we can allow this kind of data to be distributed. But I think that from policy standpoint, there are 2 ways. First, in the law, strictly say, yeah, this kind of data could be decentralized, and then private companies can work with government to make it happen. The other way, we have a sandbox for Web3 in Ukraine, and we can also create sort of a experiment or a pilot where we can try to pilot those kind of things and allow us, government employees, to have legal background to give this data without legal consequences for us. So I think for policy, because I'm a policymaker basically, and I need to make sure that in the law not prohibiting me to let this data go decentralized. So I think that's pretty much simple.
Thank you, Alex. I think Dimitrius, it is close to your area of expertise, so maybe you should be next.
Thank you. For a fast victory, I would like to suggest Alex to read the regulatory framework for crypto assets I drafted for them, which is based on two economic assumptions. First, that your economy should not does not reflect the realities of the European Union. So just replicating a European Union regulation in the prospect of becoming members of the Union 7-8 years from now can only kill the way you the ways you need to put in place in order to accelerate growth and sustainability in the governance settings of Ukraine. And I also believe that you need to strike the appropriate balance between the accession to the European Union and to the realities in general. Because sometimes the way DigiConnect speaks with good intentions do not really. DigiConnect is the directorate from the European Commission responsible for connectivity and this digital economy. This is not always the most appropriate way in dealing with the idiosyncratic needs of Ukraine. I would also suggest that you put in place a framework that allows the engagement of the super strong, in terms of human capital, diaspora. And there are ways to do it in an efficient way and link this flow of knowledge with flows of capital. So yeah, I don't think that we need to reinvent economics in order to run efficiently public economics and growth economy policy right now. But what we need to do is to reconsider who controls stuff and who is allowed to move things forward.
Yeah, thank you. Paul, Ramesh, Hart, what are your views on this? And yeah, you represent organizations which has diverse experience from various standpoints and doing implementations in different countries and yeah, observing them from various points of view.
I'll let Hart go first.
All right, if you insist. I agree with Alex. Just letting people, put not necessarily sensitive data, but important data that's needed for transactions and other functionalities on chain would be extremely useful. I don't know exactly what the state of the law is in Ukraine, but I think the Genius Act, as people have referred to before, was a really nice and useful piece of legislation, even if it wasn't always perfect. And just moving in that direction and allowing people to do things and trade things that might resemble securities on a blockchain is going to be extremely useful.
And I'll put in my closing 2 cents, which is I really think the lesson from the last few years is that kind of maybe 2 important lessons. Number one, the quality of the participants in the marketplace matter a lot. If you have really high quality companies and entrepreneurs, then you're going to get relatively good results. And number two, quality is heavily determined. Quality of the participants is heavily determined by the quality of the regulation. And what I really mean by that is that companies that have a long-term time horizon, they're thinking they can be quite risk averse in terms of not wanting to do things that might be seen as breaking the law or something that you could be prosecuted for in the future. They're not going to test the envelope in most cases. The Genius Act and MICA are 2 really good examples of where establishing the rules of the road are what brought in a lot of quality investors feeling comfortable that their risk would be rewarded in the market and not potentially be punished by some kind of like prosecution or fine or something in the future. So even if the government themselves doesn't want to do a lot directly, putting together a really good regulatory roadmap and kind of laying out the rules of the road will do a huge amount to lure in high quality participants that will make these markets work in a very productive and useful way.
Thank you, Paul. We basically have 1 minute left for this panel. Any closing words, closing remarks? We didn't go to the last question, which was related to the opportunities for international collaboration, but I believe this could be the separate big topic of the following conversations we will have. So yeah, please, let's do the round maybe of closing words and yeah.
Make use of Ethereum, it's already there.
Great. That's actually, EVM is by far the largest established standards of smart contracts. So yeah, very supportive to these views.
I would suggest from a policy perspective to design policy and regulatory frameworks of Ukraine that do not necessarily rely on the idea of technological neutrality, because technological neutrality lies in the mouth of everyone, same risk, same law. But technological neutrality is a fake principle if it's not coupled with the fundamental idea of business model neutrality. Because the regulation that favors certain business models over others overall brings market concentration and monopolies that are not necessarily good for the market and the efficiency of the projects.
Thank you, Dimitrios.
I'll just quickly say, from a very pragmatic perspective, start with bite-sized chunks, prove stuff out, and then move on to bigger applications.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Is my audio okay?
Yes, Ramesh.
I mean, I guess it'd be great to have like a roadmap, right? Like which ones you want to target first? I mean, you talked about, energy and central bank digital currency, and you can have a roadmap, or certain things could take 10 years or even 20 years. Of course, all these blockchains that we hear today, I mean, they're all making a lot of progress, and also there are issues with them too. None of them is perfect. So I guess it doesn't make sense for, for example, Ukraine to start building a new blockchain. They could basically use the existing ones and see what's appropriate, and compare and see what's suitable for what they're trying to do. If they identify, once they have the roadmap and see what are they trying to accomplish and what blockchains are there, and if it serves a purpose, they could start with that instead of trying to rebuild a new blockchain. And some companies, some governments, I should say, I don't want to name them, apparently they are building their own blockchain. Like I know a handful of governments, they're trying to build their own blockchain. That doesn't make sense to me, if you ask me. The capital and also the learning, it doesn't make sense. I'll stop here. Yeah.
Well, I really have to go, and maybe like a closing remark, I would say that what I really lack of is a government representative, that the cases where I really see the value of decentralized networks. So I'm like looking forward to see them, and sometimes I'm just looking where there's successful example of those, and I think that's most important now, to show those cases, and then well, believe me, I'll be happy to start implementing them on government scale. So that's like something that I always keep in mind, like where are those cases? Show me. Thank you.
That's our job to find them and combine them.
Sorry. Minister, ABC has created a fantastic volume that brings together all these cases. We are going to send you this and start exploring from where you can start.
Thank you. Yeah, please. Yes. We can connect us, Sergey, if possible. Okay?
Absolutely, yes. I suggest after this panel, I will create the email thread where we will be able to follow this up. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. All right. So Ramesh?
Yeah. Hey. So
Yeah.
again, I'm supposed to speak next.
Yeah.
My internet is sometimes unstable, so I'm wondering how many people are online. I mean, is it possible I could record and send it to you? What's the best way to do this?
Well, currently we have 79 people, 80 actually. People are coming to listen to you. You see, 81. You know.
Should I try? You know, it's okay, and then sometimes it just freezes. And I mean, is it okay now?
We can do, you know, well, the delay was caused by first speaker, and he actually had issues with setting up his video. Maybe we can try to turn off the video, and then you will be showing slides, and basically, maybe this way it will be easier.
Sure. Let's try it. If it gets really bad, worse, you know, I may have to record it and send you the video or something. Let me try sharing my screen. You can also try turning off your video. Maybe that'll save some bandwidth. We'll just keep the. Okay, let me share.
You can upload the presentation using the link, which is like you have microphone, camera, and the and the screen.
Yeah, I'm actually sharing the screen right now. Do you see my slides? Do you see my slides? Sergey? Okay. Could somebody tell me if they see my screen?
Yeah, now I added to the screen. Yeah.
You're back. So you can see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You can upload actually the presentation itself to the the program, to the software.
Sorry?
Is it convenient for you to run like this, or you would like to upload the presentation to the to this room?
I could try uploading. Let me see. Do we have a?
Yeah,
you said something.
Yeah. The screen, you can slides and PDF. You select slides and PDF, and you can upload from your computer. Maybe this way it will be easier in terms of bandwidth.
Okay. Give me a second then. I'll try to stop sharing PDF. Okay. Could you tell me where I upload the slides?
So you click. So at the bottom you have microphone, camera, and the screen with plus. There where you share screen. Then
slides
you have
and PDFs.
yeah,
Slides and
exactly.
PDF.
Yeah,
Upload
that's
files.
where you upload it.
Okay, that might solve the
You
issue.
select your computer, and yeah.
Yep, I'm doing it. PDF. PDF. That's strange. Sorry, I have issues downloading this.
Then you can share the screen.
I think I might have to do that. I'll try one last time and then.
Worst case scenario, we can do a break after your presentation. Still, there was supposed to be a break, and we can then just upload the recording of your presentation following, for people to review it.
Let's try sharing. If it gets,
Sure.
if it's unbearable, would have to then just I can record it and then send it to you guys. Okay, let's try this. Present. Seems okay for now, so let's try it. Do you see it? Do you see the screen?
Let me add it to the stage. So yeah, now I see the screen, and yeah, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take about, I guess, 25 minutes to talk about AI and blockchain, current challenges and opportunities. I serve as the chair of the IEEE blockchain technical community. So before I jump into the topic, I will spend a couple of minutes about the IEEE blockchain technical community. This is a global community. It's a collaboration hub for advancing technology, promoting education, publishing research, sharing knowledge, and developing standards. Anyone can join. We welcome anyone and everyone to join this community, and just go to this QR code or website and join any platform of your preference, like LinkedIn, Collaboratech, X, and so on. And it's a global community. We have about 87 blockchain groups all over the world. In fact, the event that you're in right now is organized by Sergey from Gribniak from Ukraine. Ukraine blockchain group is part of it. Ukraine section is part of it. And, these groups organize events all over the world. I show some of them here. These are upcoming events, but if you want to know the history, here's the history. Since 2018, we've been organizing events, about a dozen plus events, especially the last 2 years, 2024 and 2025. We organized almost, close to 30 events this year. If you add up the completed past events plus upcoming events, about 30 events that we are part of. It's, you can take a look at the link here. So it's a very active global community. We focus on the technology, and I think that's the background. And I wanted to now switch my focus to the technical part of the presentation. I put some disclaimer here. So the views expressed in this presentation, the following presentation, are those of my views and do not reflect the official positions of IEEE. IEEE does not endorse, recommend any products, projects, case studies, and so on. So the content that I'm presenting in the following slides are for educational and research purposes only. So now, the three sections here, we have, blockchain, which, in the interest of time, we can quickly talk about the challenges. And then there's AI, and then how you combine AI and blockchain. That's the third part of it. So again, in the interest of time, we can actually go all the way to the, some of the challenges with the blockchains, and people are still working on these. By the way, I'll be happy to share my slides if you want to know more, but the challenges are summarized here. Again, there are many types of blockchains. There's public blockchains, private blockchain, there's the consortia blockchains, and so on. And in general, there are there's been a lot of progress, and also there's still some issues. There are some issues with each one of those architectures. The security issues, centralization issues, like a lot of the public blockchains are hosted on cloud services. In fact, back in October, like about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, Amazon Web Services had an outage, and it impacted multiple public blockchains because they were running, some of the nodes were on Amazon Web Services, right? So they all had some impact. So that's an issue that still needs to be addressed. And security issues, as I pointed out in the previous session, if you look at the number one issue, security issue in public blockchains, is the smart contract bugs, right? People hacking it, and millions of dollars are being lost. So it's still an issue that needs to be addressed in the public blockchain space. Not necessarily vulnerable at the blockchain level. We're talking about smart contract level in this case. And then, of course, the scalability issue, which is still under research, gas fees, and so on. Interoperability is an issue. And okay, these are all some issues, right? Now, let's talk about AI. If I had like an hour, I would go through all of it, but since we have only like 25 minutes, we'll spend more time on the AI and then combining AI and blockchain. So when people talk about AI, it's, the question is, you can ask the question, okay, what do you mean? Like, what is AI, right? So AI is like a toolbox. There are multiple methods. Like a toolbox. You open a toolbox, you see a hammer, you see a screwdriver, you see a plier. All kinds of tools inside a toolbox. So AI is like a toolbox. So there are so many methods. Sorry about the noise. I'm actually next to a main street here. So there are multiple methods. You can see though each one of those here, right? There's the logic, predicate logic, probabilistic logic, there's fuzzy logic, and these are all like symbolic methods. And we also have numeric methods such as the reinforcement learning. There's neural network based approaches, which uses back propagation algorithms and so on. And what you hear these days is primarily when people talk about AI these days, they're talking about LLMs, right here. If you were to look at it from a different perspective, Like, you can see here, LLM is like a small circle inside deep learning. And if we, go one step further, people are referring to the transformer-based architecture as AI these days, right? When people talk about AI, they're referring to like ChatGPT and Gemini, DeepSeek, all these, LLM-based, specifically transformer architecture-based models or architectures, which is used for, text generation, question answering, translation, summary, and code generation is a big, use case. And as you know, a lot of companies have been, reducing their headcount and, using these tools for coding. Some big companies are already have made public statements like, somewhere between 30 to 50% of their code, our coding is, is done by these LLM-based tools. Now, there are issues with these LLM-based architectures, and depending on, how many of, I'm assuming many of you on the call or, use ChatGPT and tools like that. And let's say there's 80 of us on the call here. Let's say we all ask the same question. Let's say we all ask the same question to these tools, same tool. Let's say we pick ChatGPT for this example. Most likely we will all get, different answers, right? Depending on, your history, chat history, you may get a different answer. So the output is non-deterministic, meaning it's unpredictable, right? Even myself, if I ask the same question today versus if I ask the same question tomorrow, I'm not going to get the same exact answer, right? It's same person, same question, today versus tomorrow. I mean, not even today versus tomorrow. It could be like, after an hour, or it could be, a few minutes later, right? It'll give you a different answer, most likely. That's the nature of these models. They're non-deterministic. And hallucination is another issue that it's still, even today, right? It's still an issue. Basically, it generates plausible sounding untrue statements. For example, it has given me references to like a paper, published paper, with like authors, title, transaction, with the page numbers and so on. And it doesn't exist. I mean, I asked, tell me more about this reference. And because I searched on Google, it doesn't exist. So I went back and I asked ChatGPT, tell me more about this particular reference. And it said, oh, it was just an example and all that. So yeah, I mean, just you can keep going like this, the bias issue. I can give you an example of bias issue. For example, one big company, I don't want to name company, they used models to basically screen the CVs of applicants. But the thing is, the training data the training data was primarily like male-based data, right? Like male employees and their good performing employees. It used that data, and the model was basically picking male candidates. It preferred male candidates. So that's a bias. So these are some examples. There's privacy issue and so on, right? So these are some of the issues with LLMs. Now, I try to summarize it here. So these are some of the challenges with AI. So we have the trust issue. Trust issue meaning like you see hallucination, non-deterministic outputs and so on, right? That's a trust issue. And of course, these models are controlled by big companies, right? That's an issue. There's also the data integrity problem. There's the lack of explainability, meaning like, it can tell you for example, if you ask ChatGPT, how did you arrive at this answer? You won't really tell you exactly how it got there. It could be like, it probably did like, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. And you ask, oh, tell me, how did you get to this step 5? It is not going to tell you all the step 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll just tell you something else. Oh, yeah, this is how I did it. So that's the problem with lack of explainability. So these are some of the issues with AI. So in summary, and if you were to summarize, so blockchain is, facing scalability issue. Sometimes the cost of transaction fee and so on, right? But you can supposedly trust blockchain-based systems. It's transparency and and so on, decentralization and so on. But it's not. It's still struggling with the computation, right? If you were to summarize at a high level, blockchain is trust. You can trust blockchain data, but you can't handle high computation, right? So it's low or medium computation. Whereas AI, it requires high computation, but it's low trust. And if you start arguing about these, you can argue some of these things, but this is a very high level summary. Blockchain, you can trust the data, but it's a low computation system. AI is a low trust, but high, requires very high computation, right? So when you try to combine these two things, it gets quite complex. You have to really understand the fundamental challenges with these two things, right? Let's look at, for example, a simple scenario. There are a few scenarios that I have in the following slides. Let's talk about one scenario. Let's say you try to do on-chain AI, meaning you try to run models on smart contracts, right? You use smart contracts to run some of these models. It just becomes really expensive, right? You would end up paying lots of gas fees, just for one inference. You may end up paying like hundreds of dollars for just one inference. We pay like ChatGPT, even Pro, you pay like $200 per month. But here it's unlimited, right? If you pay $200 per month, they don't charge you per inference or inquiry, right? It's just interaction. So you can practically have, well, it's not infinite, but it's unlimited, right? But you pay $200 per month. Whereas if you try to do just one inference on-chain inference, like EVM kind of chain, you may incur hundreds of dollars just for one inference. So it's not practical to run, AI on-chain. So that's the issue with this, right? Now, when I say this, what I mean is computation. It's heavy computation that can be done it can be done, but the cost is just impractical. It'll be very expensive. Now, people try to, there are a lot of blockchains, they're trying to build specialized blockchains where, they just do only AI specific operations, right? But even there, some examples are, mentioned here, like Cortex and Zero-G and so on, some examples. Even there, still the cost, high operational costs still there. You may require some, hardware, special hardware, and so on, right? So bottom line, on-chain AI, it's a challenge. It's just, as I said earlier, AI requires high computation. That's the way it works. And blockchain is not designed for that. So when you try to do that on-chain, that's what we're talking about. So now let's talk about second case. So second scenario that researchers have been, not just researchers, multiple projects they've been building based on this approach, where what you do is you do the computation, the inference off chain, but then you do the verification on chain. So it's like pushing a lot of the computation, well, pretty much all of the computation off chain. Off chain meaning it's like traditional systems, right? It'll be running on cloud services. And then you verify it on chain. That's the second approach. Basically, you're offloading the computation since you can't do it on chain. The three different approaches that folks are still trying. One is the ZK proofs for the on-chain verification. There's also the trusted execution environment, specialized hardware, rollups, and these are some of the approaches that are being explored for the off-chain inference. Now, yeah, this is just a summary of some of the first one, right? The ZK proofs, like how does it work? So basically, you do the computation off-chain and you prove that it was done correctly without revealing the data or the model parameters. Okay, again, as I mentioned earlier, you basically do the computation off-chain, the inference computation, and then you do the verification on-chain. In this case, you're talking about using ZK proofs, right? It could be ZK snarks, ZK starks, and so on. The challenges, even here, the challenges, right? Number one challenge is this. When you're talking about doing computation off-chain, you're talking about using centralized systems. And you're using cloud services to do all these computations. That kind of defeats the purpose of doing AI on blockchain. You're not really doing, the AI is run off-chain, inference is done off-chain on centralized cloud services. And then you're just trying to prove it on-chain that it was done, correctly, right? So the challenges, the number one challenge is obviously using centralized systems to run these off-chain computations. The number two issue, in addition to what's mentioned here, right, the computation could be expensive and so on. The other issue is this: when you talk about AI, there's no right answer actually. Like I mentioned earlier, right? If we all ask the same question to ChatGPT, we will all get different answers, right? Maybe slightly different or could be completely different. So what is right? What is right answer? So really, there's no single right answer when it comes to AI. It's not just for ChatGPT. It's actually, in general, for neural network-based AI models. This is the way they behave. It's there is a term that was defined by Herbert Simon back in 1956. It's called satisficing in AI, because there's no good solution. What I said, there's no best solution. There's a table here, right? Like in optimization problem, we always look for the best solution. Best solution takes time. It's slow. It's resource heavy. So in AI, satisficing is a term that's used to define a good solution. Basically, if it's a good solution, then we stop there. We don't keep computing. So, because good solution, for practically, there may be good solutions that's just good enough practically. You don't need to keep, computing it forever, right? So there are some examples here, right? For example, if you're doing a search, you stop when the path is acceptable, and then same in reinforcement learning. If it's the reward is satisfactory, you basically say it's good enough and you stop the computation. And in a multi-agent system, if it's acceptable, you take it and move forward. So the summary is this: in AI, there is no correct solution, best solution, correct solution. It just it just, we stop at good enough solution, or we take good enough solution as, as the end for that search, or, whichever path, whichever algorithm we use here. So my question is this. So if there's no right answer in AI, what are we verifying on chain is the question, right? So what is it that we're verifying? We're really not verifying the AI output. Basically, the verification is just saying, okay, it came from here, this model. It came from that model. It's just basically you're notarizing where it came from and where it's delivered. You really can't say this is the right answer just because, there's no right answer in AI. That's another issue, right? And then now let's talk about method 3 of how you can integrate AI in, blockchain. This is more of a peer-to-peer network. So there are projects, a few examples, like I put BitTensor here, where they create a network. It's a peer-to-peer network of AI models. And these models, for example, like supposedly anybody can, come and join the network and be part of the network. And each node, node here, they're referring to like it's a model, right? It basically, it's an orchestration of multiple models on this peer-to-peer network. That's how you reach an acceptable solution, or if there's an inference, it'll be actually an orchestration of these multiple models on a peer-to-peer network that would actually give you the response. And for being part of the network, these model providers, let's say you're an expert on, I don't know, just to pick an example like biology, and you can create a model on that, and you can actually, get rewarded for being part of the network. So I tried to, in the interest of time, I have a summary of the different approaches of integrating AI and blockchain, and the description and the trade-off. Maybe we can walk through it for a couple minutes. And so the first approach we talked about was on-chain AI, right? Where we try to run heavy computation on blockchain, or AI computation. So that's what the description says, right? Running AI inference directly on smart contract, or sometimes L2 proving systems. Obviously, this is plus, means it's a plus, right? Green is positive and minus is red is negative, right? Plus means, it's plus in this case. First approach is maximum trust guarantees, because everything is running on chain. The minus is it's very expensive. It's slow, really slow. You really can't run large models on chain. That's the problem with that. Now, second is off-chain AI without verification. This is like basically you don't do any verification. You just run everything off-chain, and it scales well. But the thing is, you have to make an assumption that these centralized systems where you're running these off-chain computations, you trust them, right? You have to trust them. And you may be locked into some, like, for example, Amazon, or I don't know, Microsoft Cloud, or some of those cloud services. That's vendor lock in there. If you do off-chain AI with verifiable compute, this is what I talked about. So AI computation is done off-chain, but the model correctness is verified on-chain. And you can see the plus and minus here. Plus is cryptographic or hardware-based verification. There's complexity, and so on, centralization risks. And even this one, the second one, has the same centralization risk, because you're running centralized systems to run these off-chain computations. And then the third one, the fourth one on this table is a P2P network, like a network of models. So this is like a distributed inference approach. It scales, and Of course, in a P2P network, latency is an issue, reliability and identity, Sybil risks, and so on. So I think I'll stop here. I mean, it's almost like 30 minutes here, and I'll see if there are any questions. And these are some of the references if you want to know more about some of these approaches. These are review papers. They talk about different approaches, but I try to basically summarize in a table form to give you an idea of the state of the art of different approaches that people are working on and the trade-offs. Well, this is how you reach me. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, and that's my email. I'll stop sharing and see if there are any questions in the chat.
Yeah, I'm now I was muted. So while we are waiting for the questions in the chat, I wanted to ask, like even in the reference to our previous panel and to the research we are conducting, which is now already the public information, like for a little less than 2 hours. So where and how do you think distributed AI can be beneficial to the reconstruction in the case of economy of Ukraine? And the answer could be very high level. We understand that it is not very well studied topic, but how distributed AI can be advantageous to centralized AI in the topic of the research we were conducting.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about how it could be used for government use cases, but it's still, I mean, the combining AI and blockchain, there's still a lot of research ongoing, right? And like blockchains, we talked about the issues with blockchain on the previous panel, but even here, when you combine AI and blockchain, there are issues. So there are technical challenges that needs to be addressed. When you talk about government use cases, I mean, to be honest, I haven't seen any government using any of these approaches yet. So, I mean, we have to speculate what will be. We have to speculate where, for example, Ukraine could use any of these approaches. I mean, it's too early, to be honest with you. I mean, it's just this AI and blockchain, it's still under research, it's still active research, and in my opinion, it might take it will take some time, few years to see where we really see the benefit of. Look, there's one thing that people have been talking about quite a bit is the AI governance, correct? AI governance is, I heard that where people are talking about, using blockchain technology for governing AI. So that's one use case that I hear quite a bit. Other than that, we have to wait and see what else comes. Viewers, do you see any questions in the chat?
Yeah, well, I don't see much questions on the chat, but you left your contact information, and I'm certain if there will be more questions, they will follow up with you. Thank you so much for the great presentations. For the great presentation. Your presentations are always informative, and yeah, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So I think we actually are we finalized the first part of the second day. So it will be I will leave it. We will currently start the break, and after that, Max will pick it up, and we will process to the second part of the second day. So I'm saying goodbye to you, and you will see me next time tomorrow at the part of the day. Thank you. Yeah.
Just a quick note, we're starting in around 10 minutes. Thanks for staying with us. Okay, and we're ready to continue the second part of our conference, IEEE DLT Forum. And I have my colleagues here, Marina Markezic and Yara Sawa. Let me add them to the stage. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Would you like to share your presentation?
Yes, I can share.
Okay. So yeah, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. So thank you for the opportunity to speak here, and we are very happy that we can be here as the representatives of the European Crypto Initiative. Just a very short introduction from my side. I am leading the European Crypto Initiative. My name is Marina, and I'm a lawyer working in the crypto space for some time. For the last 6 years with the European Crypto Initiative, we have worked in the European Union discussing different topics. Mostly it was really about crypto and blockchain. So our goal is, as a policy advocacy organization, to basically share more about how the crypto industry works, specifically on a technical side, so how the blockchain works. And at the same time, we are following all these different regulations that are happening in the EU and trying to basically react to those regulations by writing different papers, basically also discussing things online, and at the same time, organizing events in real life. So again, very happy to have the opportunity to speak here, and I'm going to give the opportunity to introduce herself to Viara, and then we can start with the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Marina, and thank you for the invitation. It's really, again, without repeating what Marina just said, but I'm Bulgarian, so basically everything that is currently happening in Ukraine is also something that I think about quite a lot. So this is great that we can be here and share our experience, and hopefully this would be something that will benefit you. Other than that, I'm a lawyer based predominantly in Bulgaria, but I work on EU issues, so quite often also in Brussels. My background is in human rights law and technology, and today I'm going to share more about the GDPR and privacy situation, but also anything related to human rights and democracy is something that I'm monitoring and working on quite closely.
So when we were thinking about what to present today, what will be the most useful, even after basically listening to all the presentations before, we thought that showcasing something that the European Union is doing to, give you some ideas on maybe what to do, maybe some also what not to do, but mostly how to support different use cases when it comes to blockchain and crypto, and mostly when it comes to then the legal aspects of what we have discussed. So you had brilliant discussions, roundtables already today, and we were talking a lot about the use cases, what would be the most interesting use case, or some that could help with basically the narrative. But here we are gathering also the parts where we're discussing how those use cases are regulated or have thought about being regulated, and then again, by doing that, thinking about would that be an interesting thing for Ukraine, or doing it in a different way. So what we have taught for today was usually mostly focusing on the data union strategy. So this is something that the EU is now working on, thinking about, is the big new strategy that they would want to present, mostly when it comes to data. So the most of the presentation will be covering data, but we also wanted within that cover the infrastructure and the identity part. I know that it was mentioned a few times today, data and privacy. And then at the end, just briefly about finance, because we have talked today about Mika mentioning tokenization. So just partially at the end, focusing on that as well. The first part that everyone knows why this is in a way interesting, but we wanted to just reiterate again the thinking about blockchain democracy, thinking about blockchain and the governance of basically a state, an entity, or even just a group is really the transparency part that is very interesting and I think very useful for everyone, specifically when we think about basically trust. But lately we are discussing privacy as well. So basically this competitiveness maybe between transparency and privacy, in which case transparency is the one that is important, and then when do we need privacy as well, also on the regulatory side. Then the data permanence, so basically thinking about blockchain and some data on the blockchain being there permanent, what that means from a regulatory point of view. And then again, the discussion around pseudonymity. This is something that Viara will elaborate a little bit more later, but it's really something that we're thinking within the GDPR context as well. First, I'll share a little bit about the data union strategy, which is basically a very important strategy for the EU. As you know, the European Union has started with its new mandate. The Commission has started a new mandate this year, so it's the first year setting up the strategies for the next few years. The data union strategy is basically the next phase of the EU digital governance agenda, thinking about the rights, infrastructure, and innovation within the data framework. There's some very interesting discussions within the legal and technical foundations of the European data economy. And of course, lately, AI has really taken, in a way, the main role. We are discussing the blockchain part as well, like always. And then decentralized data ecosystems is something that is also very interesting from a use case point of view. Very shortly, historically, there has been discussions around data very early on, but the European data strategy for data has been developed in 2020. And then in the last 4 years, so in the last mandate, basically, we have adopted the Data Governance Act, the Data Act, ADAS, so basically the Identity System, the AI Act as well. So in the last 5 years, there's been a lot of discussions about data. And right now we're revisiting that part. So basically thinking about the data union strategy, and then also thinking about what that means for the data infrastructure, basically for the European infrastructure and for the European resilience itself. There has been a consultation for the data union strategy where the European, in a way, initiative has also written a report. And it was important for us to write the report and respond to that consultations because we wanted to bring the blockchain part into the data discussion. We think that specifically right now with the emergence of AI, when we think about blockchain and decentralized blockchain, they could be very interesting frameworks that could be built, and I would say reassurance as well when goals there are, in a way, to coordinate digital laws, rethink what has been written, what is, in a way, useful, and do we need to tweak certain parts of it. The other part is also enable the single market for data and think about competitiveness and the protection of rights. So both of those goals are important, might be also something that in a way you have thought in a way about as well, specifically the right protection on privacy, as again it was mentioned today already. But all these things can be done on different levels, on a governance level, on the infrastructure level, access, trust, etc. And basically this strategy is really something that would want to support that. When it comes to different parts of the strategy itself, as I mentioned, there has been different regulations and laws that have been in a way discussed on the topic. And ADAS is really a very important one because it is discussing basically the identity part, but also digital wallets, selective disclosure, etc. AI Act, I don't think I need to spend a lot of time there, but thinking about traceability, auditability of data. The Data Act, much more interesting, maybe from a blockchain point of view when it comes to smart contracts as well, because they have been in a way the first time when we have designed or defined the smart contracts in the EU as well. And it was really made at sharing and allowing interoperability when it comes to data spaces in the EU. So creating new marketplaces by sharing data and making this data interoperable. This was something that was very important for the Data Act. And then FIDA, the proposal and now the discussions is really the access of financial data, so mostly linked to financial transactions and similar, and what the framework around that is going to look like. So first, I would want to spend a few minutes on eIDAS. As I mentioned, it is a very important framework, mostly thinking about the digital wallets and the identity systems within the EU. Recently, it has been a very interesting moment because eIDAS and the framework around that, specifically with a qualified, with a basically act, looking into defining qualified ledgers. What that means is we're looking to basically implement this part of the regulation where we would define what qualified ledgers are, what is the status of a qualified ledgers, which means that if a ledger, if a DLT system is qualified, it could be then used within the eIDAS ecosystem, and it could be basically legally valid and basically put as a part of the tech stack for eIDAS. Unfortunately, what we have seen, and this is also why we responded to the consultation, is that by defining qualified ledgers and by asking a specific standards to be met, by default, most of the public blockchains will not be able to be part of the qualified ledgers. And that's really unfortunate because we do think that public blockchains are bringing something very, I would say, specific and useful. They have a utility for systems like the eIDAS 2.0. So in this case, if anyone from the audience is interested, you can always go to our website and read about our submissions. But small acts like that, small different implementing acts are also very important when it comes to the usage of the blockchain. And here it's also a moment to rethink, as we have heard again today in the panel and in other discussions, what are the differences between different blockchains? Do we really need to opt for one solution, or could we build systems that could in a way choose one or the other? When I'm thinking about one or the other, is mostly public or private blockchains in these cases. The second part that I mentioned was the Data Act, the regulation that is really designed to enhance and support EU data's economy. The idea here was really to support competitiveness, to create a new economy that could be thriving, that could be built on data. The very important part of the Data Act, it was interoperability, and this is why the authors of the Data Act were thinking about interoperability when it comes to different technologies, including the DLT blockchain, and while using smart contracts. In this case, we did have the first definition of a smart contract within the Data Act, and also to basically support interoperability, the design of a smart contract that could be used for some of the use cases within the Data Act was also designed. So the use cases within the Data Act, I would say, are very specific and quite limited. So I don't want to go into details there. It's really where data from IoT devices mostly is streamed through a smart contract, and then the smart contract is not developed in-house, but it's basically bought by a company. So it's again, a very small and limited use case. But in that use case, the Data Act was basically saying the smart contract should not be immutable, should be basically mutable, and should have given access to the data through smart contracts to specific entities. That is, I think, the most interesting part, and in a way controversial as well. We have worked in the past on discussing and sharing what that would mean if those design features would be already defined in a law, or not even a standard, but really in law, and would be then limiting the open sourceness of the smart contracts. And also, I would say sometimes the the resistance, cybersecurity, etc., just because certain smart contracts will need to be developed only in Europe, only for very specific use cases, and they could not be really just copy pasted as open source code is, and by that being and made more resilient and also battle tested. So that is one thing that has been a very interesting discussion from our side. But at the same time, we have now the Data Act and it's implemented. So certain companies will need to comply with this Data Act at the moment. And another part that is also very important, when I go back to basically the union strategy, the basically data strategy, was few of the parts that we also wanted to discuss with you here, and we wrote in our submission, but mostly we really wanted to add the GDPR part and the GDPR connection with the blockchain. As you also know, there has been some discussion around that, and as I mentioned, Viara will share more about it. But in those discussions, we also wanted to showcase a little bit more about the recent developments that happened in the blockchain space when it comes to privacy. We're thinking about mostly the basically privacy technology, zero knowledge proofs, etc., which I'm sure you have thought about and looked into. But in these cases, I think that we maybe need to redefine how we're looking into blockchain when it comes to privacy, and taking into consideration the recent discussions and the recent updates on the topic as well. And so for now, I'm going to stop here and give it to Viara to give you a few moments to go into this topic that has been contested for quite a long time.
Yes, thank you, Marina. What's important here is to kind of also mention the fact that all these frameworks, same as what is happening in all jurisdictions, there are different levels. So we have more like the foundational or also known as horizontal laws that regulate everything, basically. One example of such a regulation is the GDPR. As we know, it's already has also an international impact. And then we have all those pillars that are built on top of those foundations that are regulations such as the marketing crypto assets regulation, including the FIDA that is on financial data, that is already some specific use case of the data. So in Europe, what we have been building and what we achieved in building is one extremely complicated system where multiple legal frameworks overlap. And because of these different hierarchies, it's also very difficult to even figure out what is applicable in which case, which is the reason behind the data union strategy, which Marina already highlighted quite nicely. And something that isn't in the slides because it's not official is basically the version of the proposal that we expect to come out soon enough, which already represents some of our issues. And they're obviously the European Commission in this case is also thinking about solutions. But when it comes to the GDPR, going back to this topic, again, it's a fundamental law. So anything that is being built needs to comply with it. So even though we have frameworks such as the marketing crypto assets regulation and other frameworks that regulate, for example, AI, we still need to acknowledge the core rules. Which is also a bit of a problem, particularly from the context of public permissionless blockchains, where you have quite a lot of purely infrastructure reasons why there cannot be clear-cut compliance with the GDPR that already calls for things like the right to be forgotten, where you can simply remove information from the blockchain in this case, which is not so easy. It's not to say impossible to achieve. And other reasons which have been why we have been quite vocal about this, and we have also proposed a few solutions because it's not about just saying that there are issues, we also want them to be solved. So the solutions we particularly proposed are around the understanding that there is a more specific type of anonymous data that needs to be considered in the context, not just in public blockchains, but whenever encryption mechanisms and other mechanisms for protecting the personal data are accounted for. So we call it functional anonymization, and in a sense it represents all that encrypted data that due to its specifics cannot be connected to a specific person, so to speak, to the data subject that the GDPR speaks about, so there cannot be any real identification of that person. So even though the GDPR, and I promise I'm not going to turn this into a GDPR lesson, but the GDPR considers all encrypted data to be personal data. So basically all data that is on blockchain is to be considered as falling under the GDPR, because what blockchains use is basically encryption mechanism. So this doesn't work. And we were calling in our response for this functional anonymization, and also for redefining what a protected data really is, and how using these cryptographic methods such as zero knowledge proofs, as Marina mentioned, but not limited to that. So we are using privacy enhancing technologies as the catch-all term. So we don't have to just have a big list of things and then having to add things when new developments are introduced. And as well as basically just saying that there needs to be a clarity around the fact that pseudonymous blockchains should not be considered personal data by default, because this, again, going to the example of the foundational frameworks and then the pillars, if you make, for example, a technology being impossible to use, then all those nice regulations that you create around the technology would simply make no sense. So if you ban public blockchains, then MiCA makes no sense, because there is no MiCA without public blockchains. And moving to the next slide, we used all this also knowledge and feedback from the industry, because that's how we operate. We are basically the medium between, say, the European Commission and the other institutions in the crypto industry. We translate them, like interpret what both want to say to each other. So what we did was we responded to a recent draft guidelines by the European Data Protection Board. It's a very important EU authority that consists of all national competent authorities that deal with data protection on member state level, and then they come together and they interpret the GDPR in particular circumstances, in this case in blockchain, whenever blockchain is being used. And it was quite unfavorable when it comes to using public blockchain. So we used this opportunity to go through all our concerns and to highlight also the solution of basically we need to redefine what anonymity, pseudonymity is, what personal data is, because what's currently happening is that we keep expanding the scope of personal data in a way that makes basically no technology compliant in the future, in the long term. So we responded, and the thing that we we use this as an example of kind of the thinking that we are opposing in this case. That's not the only issue, but we wanted to highlight it here because it reflects the problem. Basically, what they're saying in these draft guidelines is that whenever a blockchain by design cannot be compliant with the GDPR, then and if that cannot be rectified, then the blockchain needs to be deleted. So in a sense, their way of solving this problem is not by thinking of ways to improve the protection of that data, of acknowledging that data is being protected, and all these things that have already been built by the industry, but instead saying, sorry, this does not fit our strict definition of how data should be protected, so you need to go back and delete the whole infrastructure that is already being used for quite a lot of other different things. So yeah, with this I'll end, but I'm gonna just mention it is not official, but from what we have seen, we have definitely been heard. So even going back to the Data Act, in the recent proposal, that's not official, so it's not in the slides, but going back to the Data Act and the definition of smart contracts in the already infamous Article 36, there are proposals by the Commission to remove that due to the uncertainty of that term and the potential negative implications on public permissionless blockchains. So this is also to show that you need to also kind of be vocal about these things, because they're very often heard and potentially fixed.
Thank you very much, Vera. And I will just add few new things just for 2 minutes because our presentation is ending. Again, just as a showcase for anyone here to learn, we are going through regulations. We are then trying to change them, give feedback, and there are rethinkings around, you know, how we design those regulations, and then they might be also changed or amended. So it's a whole life cycle of a regulation, and then ending with also seeing what the final framework it's going to be. One very important thing is also the infrastructure that I mentioned before. So thinking about infrastructure neutrality, the EU is thinking a lot about sovereign infrastructure, thinking about the European AI, cloud, etc., and might be relatable as well. So thinking about how to produce the most important technologies in-house somehow. And we do think that thinking about blockchain, thinking about permissionless and public blockchains in this case could be useful, and specifically because of adding resilience, adding open source and other values like neutrality that could help with basically this infrastructure as well. Another thing that was important for us is also preventing fragmentation. As we mentioned before, the Data Act, but also so many other regulations that are linked to data, as I mentioned before, even linked to finance data. And just the last part, when we think about finance and blockchain, there has been a very interesting report written last year by Fabian Schar on enhancing financial services with permissionless blockchain. And I would say that partially a result of this report is also right now thinking about the DLT framework, the renewal of the DLT framework, implementing privacy, security, resilience, and decentralization in the framework as well, or at least allowing for it. And the last part is really Savings and Investments Union as a new strategy that the EU is now finalizing and thinking about how to propose new financial solutions to the European Union citizens. And within this, also thinking about the DLT pilot regime, tokenization, and what is the role of blockchain in this part in finance in the EU. So thank you for listening, and we'll stop here if you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really interesting presentation. And for those who view us, you could put your questions in the YouTube section. But I was really curious to hear about the Data Unions initiative, and maybe you can speak a bit about when we could see the first data unions in Europe, you know, and in which spheres they might occur first.
Yeah, that's a very interesting topic. I think it was discussed in the past as well. We had some like the Gaia X and similar. You're probably familiar with that. And I think that the new basically Data Act and the new frameworks, the Governance Act as well, are going to serve as a framework for basically building more. I think the desire is definitely to have more data unions and have more, like, I would say, functional and thriving marketplaces, but it feels like we're just starting also, I would say, with the interaction of AI and seeing how this is going to develop to make it in a way more competitive and efficient. So I hope that we'll see more of those soon.
Nice. And I think you also mentioned the European infrastructure like EBSI. What do you think of it? How successful is the experiment, and what should we expect from it?
Yes, I think that it is a very, very important topic right now, and there's a lot of, I would say, resources that have been put into this. We are also, at a stage of the process that has not ended. Like, we're still discussing this part, and I think there's been a lot of, in a way, moving parts. But as I mentioned, I think that partially, at least, we need to look into blockchains and the topics that we're discussing here, basically making the resilience the number one important thing, but also basically thinking about decentralization as something to be added to the cybersecurity resilience part, and exploring this technologies a little bit, I would say more. We've seen what happened. I think this was widely discussed with the problems that everyone had with Amazon Web Services in the last few weeks. So really thinking about how to diversify the tech that we're using, and then making it, of course, resilient, and everyone to think about those, times when this happens, for everyone to be ready as well. But at the same time, I think diversification is quite useful in these cases as well.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Then we'll prepare for the next speaker and hope to dive deeper in the research you shared.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, and we have our next speaker joining us, Dr. Umit. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, Max.
Can you try sharing your presentation if you like?
Yes, let me just do it right away. So can you see my presentation?
Yeah, head into the screen. Please start. Thank you.
All right. So the topic of the presentation is the techno-legal aspects of use of AI and blockchain for digital sovereignty in critical infrastructures, primarily the power systems. So this is a short background of myself, but I will just skip this for the sake of, I would say, time. So the agenda, I have the smooth introduction to the digital sovereignty topic and explain the importance of critical infrastructure, especially power systems, as primary critical infrastructure, and energy cyber physical systems, and step-by-step the use of artificial intelligence and distributed ledger technology for power systems, safe operations. The last part of the presentation is about the techno-legal aspects and future works. So basically, the digital sovereignty is a very large topic, especially this is not only limited with the European perspective, but since most of the, I would say, the low standards that I will be referring to will be about European Union, I just prefer to start as a reference point. So there are a bunch of activities and actors in the landscape. There are the legislative landscape and also large companies, and the single market strategies of European Union, which allows to transfer the services and goods within the European Union flawless and seamless in terms of, I would say, any type of market regulations. And this is also related to digital services and markets. On the other hand, the ethical AI, cybersecurity aspects are becoming very important, and also digital sovereignty aspects are also we need to take into consideration. This topic is quite large. It is difficult to, I would say, summarize everything in one slide, but long story short, there are different aspects of digital sovereignty. One is about the data sovereignty, which is about where the data is being processed and stored, and who has the control. And GDPR regulations, e-privacy, and their American and other countries' equivalents can be counted as legal standards. And the technological, I would say, sovereignty, which is about ICT, information communication technologies usage, let's say the base stations or any type of hardware in critical infrastructure communication. And we have AI models, AI data, and different type of aspects as well. So, which is about where the ICT is used. Why power systems is very important in terms of critical infrastructure? According to European Union, there are 12 different categories of critical infrastructure, including space, water systems, and most importantly, the power systems. In United States, it's slightly more than 12 categories. If I'm not mistaken, 17 categories are defined by law. But most importantly, the power systems as enabler and foundational part of each and every critical structure, it has a priority in terms of regulatory issues like European Union Directive on Resilience of Critical Entities. It is defined as the primary and I would say critical infrastructure because the telecommunication, water systems, health systems, financial systems are also connected to power systems, and also generative AI, you know, the discussions about the, I would say, bit miners, or more important now, the data centers where the generative AI models are running. So such kind of applications can also be explained using cyber physical and social systems framework. Basically, the bottom layer is the physical systems, starting from, I would say, if it's the power systems, from bulk generation units, transmission companies or systems, distribution systems, until the consumers. So there is a value chain starting in these actions, and renewable energy systems, electric vehicles are also located in different parts. So basically, whatever we see in terms of like in the physical systems are analog world, it's substation electric vehicles where we see electric power. Once it is converted to zero and ones using sensors like smart meters or temperature sensors, then we have zero and ones, digital world starts here, and the telecommunication layer is responsible to transmit that zero and ones digital signals from point A to point B. We have hundreds of telecommunication technologies, and most important, layer number 5 is the topic of this presentation as well, the information and data layer. Blockchain, quantum computing, AI is located here. In the upper layers, we have energy policy, law aspects, regulatory aspects, and also business layer, which are in the social science domain. So it's an interconnected and quite complicated type of realities in our real life. So basically, similar to the power systems, our communities, cities are also connected to the same system. We have smart homes, smart communities, smart cities. You can extend the spectrum accordingly. And information communication technologies can also be explained as a nexus of IoTs. IoT refers to Internet of Things technologies. Primarily, AI and DLT are the enabling technologies in this case. Another aspect, if we are referring to prosumers and consumers, it's about individuals. And if we are talking about, let's say, bulk generation, let's say nuclear power plants, hydroelectric power plants, the individuals are not the main topic here. This is the companies. If we are referring to any type of use case, data leakage, cyber attack, or different type of incidents on the personal data, like electric vehicle load profiling or energy using load profiling of a person, individual or customer, it's about digital privacy. But if we are talking about, let's say, the safeguarding transmission systems, distribution systems, or similar power systems, it's about national security. So there is a certain balance of national security and individual rights, and cybersecurity goes on both directions almost equally. Of course, AI and blockchain technologies are the emerging technologies, and in some use cases, they interfere to each other. Personally, I have been working on the use of AI in power systems for almost 25 years. My PhD was on that in Fraunhofer Institute 25 years ago, completed and applied such applications in real life applications and also scientific work several times. And recently, we start using, of course, like many other researchers, the use of generative AI in the power systems. So forecasting is one of the applications where the AI is used, especially wind power forecasting, and safeguarding the supply-demand ratio is a very important aspect. If there's an issue in terms of supply-demand ratio or if there are some failures happening, like n-2 principle, beyond the n-2 principle, basically if there is more than two components of the power systems are disconnected from the, let's say, power systems, and you may have the blackouts, like the Iberian Peninsula blackout, which happened, and then more than 12 billion euros, I would say, the financial loss happened. There is a very fine difference between the faults and the cyber attacks. Basically, the faults happens randomly and cyber attacks happens intentionally. As we discussed, we have different layers, like in power systems, we have physical management of the or scheduling of the power systems, but at the same time, we use ICT, information communication technologies, like LTE, 5G technologies, or fiber optic. So, and some of them are related to the physical world, and some of them are cyber world, and some of the failures happening in the power systems are happening during the normal operations, but some of them are cyber attacks if they are intentionally done. So there is a very recent principle which is also called AI Trust Risk Security Management. Basically, it's also mentioned in the Gartner's hype curves. Long story short, it is the nexus of AI trust, risk management, and security management related issues, and where the legal aspects are also coming into the game, especially with the emergence of generative AI, it's becoming more important. So I think the more important thing is the AI systems have design process, modeling process, input data, output data, but we have training and testing data as well, so that AI systems are helping us, but at the same time, they are constituting a certain level of risk for the attackers as well. The attackers can be individuals, group of peoples, or the states. As mentioned, this is the life cycle of the AI systems. We have training system, we have the AI models. Once they are ready, they are deployed on the power systems or any type of industrial area. And there are different type of attacks, like you can poison the data, you can poison the model, and there are different sub-examples of that. Our research team in University of York and NTNU is working on such kind of AI-based threats, especially applying on cyber-physical social systems. The AI tourism has explainability, adversarial attacks, data protection, and animal detection type of, I would say, technical and techno-legal aspects as well. All these elements have the legal, I would say, articles in the European law. Actually, if we are referring to the measurement, the phaser measurement units are very precise measurement units, which is used in the power systems, which measures very important elements of the power systems. In one of our studies, we developed the Texas data from United States and ran the animal detection algorithms, which intended to detect the normal anomalies, not the cyber attacks. In this paper, if you are interested in, you can take a look at this. This is a Q1 journal. Then in that journal, as it is indicated here, we have 3 layers of AI applications. Basically, the first layer, the animal detection layer, is used to detect any type of normal anomalies on the power systems. We use 4 different type of AI algorithms. And very importantly, we had the second layer of AI algorithms. Basically, they are attacking the first layer of AI algorithms. So the algorithms are fighting each other and then attacking the normal functional AI algorithms. And the third layer, they try to mitigate. So what we observed is some of the AI algorithms on the first stage are very accurate in terms of determining the anomalies, but they are very fragile against the AI-based attacks. So that means, as a summary of this paper, we identified that the immunity, digital immunity of the AI models shall be considered as a holistic approach in addition to the normal operations and their key performance indicators. The AI is an opportunity, AI is a threat, and it can be also mitigated. The techno-legal aspects, by the way, has also its own, I would say, aspects. But before it, this is the blockchain working group that we developed legal standards here with our extended group in the last 7 years, P2418.5. I am the vice chair of this group. And we had more than 14 articles, even Q1 articles written in this field. This is another article where we summarized use cases of energy blockchain. and did a market survey and checked which of the use cases had been successful in the last 5-6 years, but also normalized the importance of them. So with the other groups, we also took a look at the use cases of energy applications like you can see here, and also double-checked if the cybersecurity aspects of the blockchain is also strong enough, or can it be used to safeguard the power systems in terms of cybersecurity and digital privacy as well. These are the other articles that we published about the smart contracts standardization and cyber secure operations and privacy aware, I would say, applications of smart contracts. And similarly, the cybersecurity aspects are elaborated in more detail. The legal aspects are a very long topic, but I can only use the rest of the time to elaborate the most important elements. The AI Act is one of the most important legal standards in European Union. Basically, we have different layers of risks. The Article 5 related issues are related to unacceptable risks like behavior manipulation, social scoring using AI, and also the high risk Article 6 related applications are high risk to health, safety, environment, and fundamental rights, and also the critical infrastructures operations are also related to those activities. Long story short, European Union makes sure that human insight and control supposed to be integrated and embedded in critical infrastructure and critical use of artificial intelligence. Not necessarily for everything like spam filtering, but more importantly for Article 5 and 6 related topics. When we turn back to the nexus of smart systems, critical infrastructure like energy, of course, it's related to energy law. And if it's about renewable energy systems, environmental related laws, and also the IT laws like cybersecurity, digital privacy, and ICT related laws like GDPR, Network and Information Systems 2 Directive, which is about cybersecurity, AI Act as mentioned, and also CER, Critical Entities Resilience. In order to have a very, I would say, safe operations in terms of considering the techno-legal risk, it is very important to analyze the impact of artificial AI systems that process personal data for I would say digital privacy and cybersecurity aspects like GDPR-related articles like 17.5 and other articles related to processing to the personal data. But also we have to consider the AI Acts and also use of it. Like we need to minimize the risk and the trustworthiness of the systems supposed to be there, like Article 9 and 10. And transparency and explainability must be also there. And also, as a summary, for cybersecurity-related applications, NIS2 directive and also the CER, critical entities, Article 2 and other articles supposed to be investigated in a holistic way, but at the same time, step-by-step cyber techno-legal aspects supposed to be investigated at the same time. So we work on different aspects of cybersecurity usage, as mentioned, for blockchain technology. And as a concluding remark, applying privacy, security by design principles, if we are designing digital platforms for energy systems or any similar type of critical infrastructure, we need to consider the privacy, security, and similar aspects by design, not after we develop the solutions. And we need to consider the legal standards at the same time. Of course, the use of AI, DLT, and other emerging technologies might help to limit the risk for the digital sovereignty and safer infrastructures, and we need to consider the full spectrum of techno-legal aspects when we are designing the systems or operating the systems. So this is the end of my presentation. I hope the timekeeping was under control, and if there will be some questions, I will be happy to answer some of the questions as well.
Oh, thank you so much. You even was a bit faster than we expected, but yeah, I guess you covered like a lot of things, and in every slide there could be much more to dive deep into. But maybe as a question from our side, what could you say about specifically for Ukraine? Do you know of any suggested steps we should look at in our situation?
First of all, I think the peace is the emerging wish for everyone. That is I would say, the most important aspects. Of course, especially if we are considering the after peace type of normalization process, especially rebuilding of the country. As mentioned, the critical infrastructure is one of the most important tools and elements of any state, which can be power systems or chemical systems like I would say natural gas, petroleum, and all type of energy systems. But at the same time, all connected systems together, like telecommunication and others. I think restructuring such systems starting from the priority would be the most important case. Identifying, I would say, the damages which already happened is the key issue. But at the same time, I think the wars are, everyone agrees that it's not the best case, but after war, it gives the good opportunities as well. If you look at I would say, if there is any positive part of it, it gives the opportunity to restructure in the most available and modern way as a hope and also the future step to the country. I believe if we consider especially the colleagues who are active in IEEE from Ukraine, they are, and also you have Ministry of Digitalization and similar type of operations, which is a quite strategic tool and resources. I think regaining I would say the experts, the Ukrainian experts, which are inside the Ukraine and outside, in the normalization process would be the HR, human resources related type of priority. I would say that is another aspect. And also, since I'm an educator working in the university, so we shouldn't forget about the rebuilding the universities and then reinvesting the next generation with all levels of education, K-12, but at the same time university level as well, and regaining such HR and other experts remotely, or I would say in person, and then rebuild the critical infrastructure, again, including from power systems, but also the digital one, in a systematic way, may potentially make the country even more stronger than before war conditions. These are the summaries what I can mention. Yeah.
Okay. And also, I was looking a bit into the DAO and cooperative models, for the energy communities. I was curious from your perspective, there are, I think, some experiments going, but which experiments or maybe already existing system utilizing DLT could be shown as a great example to be copied?
I think the DAOs are quite interesting and emerging areas, which is also built upon not only distributed ledger technology, but also potentially AI and generative AI as well. I think the full discovery of the feature applications in terms of what the new technologies offer, again, the use of generative AI is a game changer, is one of the most important aspects. The second, DAOs also can be applied for building or operating the critical infrastructure as well. It can be state-owned larger systems, but at the same time, depending on the market structure, you can also have peer-to-peer energy trading or different type of the use of such applications with normal users and their participation as well, right? Their surplus energy can be traded if they have photovoltaic panels, for instance, to their utilities or neighbors. Of course, not all the states and countries allow this, but there are regulations which can be used. And DAOs, of course, the smart contracts can be integrated, as many experts know, and also the cryptocurrencies as well, and also the fiat currencies or other currencies in parallel. I expect, like many others, there will be new type of DLTs I'm not only referring to central bank moderated ones, but there can be new types of it, which is also anchored with the physical commodities as well. I think these are the features that we will be seeing that it's developing in Web3 environment, but at the same time, the physical equivalence of it will be very important as well, like commodity tokenization. And if we are talking about power systems, they are almost fully physical, right? Tokenization of it is one aspect, but operation of it in a safe way, a trusted way, is another aspect as well. Yeah.
And have you seen maybe some like big grids or corporations utilizing blockchain, not for trading, but for those like controls or something? Do you see this? Can you share more?
Yeah, sure. I was referring to one of the papers that I was sharing with you. Let me just try to share that screen again, so that it can be a good opportunity to maybe spend a couple of seconds time on that. So we investigated more than 350 references and companies. It is one of the largest, I would say, papers written in that area. I will share the screen right away. Yep. And also the working group, which is organized by IEEE, we spent 7 years and identified several use cases, and we summarize, let's say less than 10 use cases where which has more, I would say, potential. And some of the use cases, we realized that these are not existing; these are just hype, like many other technologies. Peer-to-peer energy trading was overhyped. This is the paper that I was referring to, and this is open access. If some of the audience have an interest, you can also take a look at this work. So what we did here, we summarize the companies. This is market survey, but at the same time, studies and papers, in total 350 approximately references. And we had experts from all over the world, as you can see here. Some of them are under IEEE and distributed in many places. We normalize the outcome. So that means we ask the experts with different surveys, and then if it is really peer-to-peer energy trading is the most important use case. And we also observed that most of the startups are not existing anymore. It was the hype, but we realized that some of the use cases like operations of transmission systems, I would say operations or different type of businesses are more important than only just peer-to-peer energy trading. So more detailed information can also be observed here. Some of the use cases are technical and some of them are economic or just like financial. So mix of them are also possible. So it's not pure technical, it's not pure financial. Most of the use cases are techno, financial, or economic type of use cases. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll definitely look more into this great research. Well, I observed no other questions. So on this note, I would like to thank you for your time and your contribution, and looking forward to use these ideas for the rebuild.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and all the best for everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
Well, and coming to our next presentation, it's coming from the Dmytro Nikolaevsky, who is the like one of the authors of the law on virtual assets in Ukraine. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us, but he made a recording of his speech. So I'll put it.
Dear friends.
I'll put it now for your view, and if you would have any questions to Dmytro, he's really easy to find over the internet, or just reach out to us. So yeah, thank you, and I'm putting him to the main screen.
Colleagues, organizers, thank you for inviting me here and for the opportunity to talk a bit about crypto regulation in Ukraine. We will talk about our current achievements, where we are in the process now, and of course about our vision for the future. Our main goal is to build a comprehensive, smart, crypto-friendly jurisdiction here in Ukraine. I don't know how boring legal speeches can be, and I promise to do my best to share my ideas without making you sleepy. But who knows, right? So, I am Dmytro Nikolaevsky, a Ukrainian lawyer, and I'm very glad to represent the project office of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. By the way, digital has been the main driver of this specific legislative track since 2021. So let's move to my very first slide now. The first draft of the law on virtual assets passed the Ukrainian parliament in 2021 and was signed by our president in 2022. But it's not entered into force yet. Why? Because the delay is related to the need for additional amendments to other laws, in particular to our tax code. The logic here is simple. When you create a new economic sector, you need to have clear and transparent tax rules for both the government and market participants. This was Ukraine's first real opportunity to launch a regulated crypto market. But right after the war began, in early 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine, and suddenly we faced challenges far beyond economic development. We had to survive. The interesting fact is crypto played a crucial role in that moment. In just a few months, while governments and other foreign institutions were deeply concerned about what has happened, Ukraine received more than $100 million in crypto donations. And of course, we are so grateful to the crypto guys around the world for their unbelievable support. Moving to the next. Later, in 2024, MiCA happened in the EU. This changed our plans once again. As Ukraine plans to get full EU membership, we understand our obligation to align our economic and legal frameworks with the EU. And since MiCA is a framework for crypto assets in the EU, we of course had to take it into account in the design of our legal framework. Our previous approach was totally different. That's why the whole legislative work had to start from the very beginning. The main driver of this process was the National Security and Stock Market Commission of Ukraine. At that time it was the main regulator for the crypto market in Ukraine. They made a full translation of MiCA with some minor peculiarities. But when we saw and analyzed their work, we clearly understood this regulatory approach is something we can't implement right now. It was too complicated and impossible to push the market from zero to hero. So we had to come up with something else. Next slide. That's how our new plan appeared. The plan was to create a regulatory framework that's very similar to MiCA, but less restrictive and easy to follow, especially for small businesses who are taking their very first steps, trying to build an audience of customers, test their business models, find what works and what doesn't. So, the second big reason was the idea of competition. Passing the strict rules of MiCA gives you access to the whole EU market, 600 million well-off people. But the same efforts in Ukraine obviously wouldn't bring the same results. That's why we, Ukraine as jurisdiction, could never effectively compete with any EU country, let alone the USA, Great Britain, and of course the Middle East or islands. Ukraine has always had the ambition to be on a short list of the world's most crypto-friendly countries, and that's why we should be ready to compete for it. Next slide. Actually, we had to prepare a new draft law in addition to the draft from the Stock Market Commission. Consequently, it caused a new problem, the necessity to choose just one of the two. The public hearings were too emotional. Crypto guys, who are naturally upset with different government initiatives and any form of market restrictions, were, as expected, on our side. A lot of other Ukrainian authorities, the National Bank, and consultants from the International Monetary Fund tended to support the more restrictive option. The dialogue lasted for more than a year and finally resulted in the decision to create one more third draft law, which had to combine the best of both worlds: consistency with MiCA and incentives for rapid crypto market growth for the first stage of market development. And of course, this ambitious task also took some time. Next slide. Here it is. Speaking about MiCA, I wouldn't position myself as a representative of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, because I simply can't avoid a bit of prejudice. Honestly, I don't like it at all. And I never expected this kind of regulation would actually be proposed for the crypto market. In the EU, not in communist China, not in privately owned North Korea. For me, this doc is not about creating a market or stimulating economic growth. It's not about international competition for powerful players either. It's all about avoiding any possible risk. It's designed to make 100% sure that no issue will ever happen to European citizens with crypto in the future. Once again, with crypto in the future. It's something unbelievable. So, next slide. MiCA proposes an unprecedented amount of detailed regulations. It prescribes different requirements for almost all crypto-related market activities, not only for those dealing with third-party assets, but even for those who don't, such as consultants. And all this is happening despite the fact that crypto is a brand new phenomenon in our lives. We are in the situation where anonymous youngsters and internet freaks can easily be more qualified and tech-savvy than professors with prestigious diplomas from famous universities. And you know what? The depths of regulation might simply push market participants to avoid the entire regulatory framework and move to DeFi instead. A market that MiCA doesn't regulate, decentralized finance, suddenly becomes more attractive compared to the regulated centralized alternative. Is this outcome beneficial for EU member states or not? Who knows? We will see. It might sound kinda strange or bluffy from my side to criticize MiCA for both depths and gaps, but here we are. So where are the gaps? In our legal tradition in Ukraine, we usually build concepts vertically. To regulate something, first we have to define it, place it within a broader legal framework. And as I mentioned earlier, crypto is a new phenomenon with many faces. In some cases, it looks like money. In others, like goods. In other, it can look like a contract or an agreement. So, what crypto actually is? MiCA says it's a digital representation of a value or a right, which may be transferred or stored electronically using distributed ledger or similar technology. Okay. But is crypto an asset in itself or just a representation of the value of something else? And can we really distinguish between a digital representation of something and its purely digital form? Without being too sophisticated, what we all want to understand, how we can operate with crypto in real life. What can we do with it? What can't? MiCA doesn't answer these questions. It's mostly administrative law, which regulates the relationship between supervisors and crypto asset service providers. Meanwhile, what we truly lack is clear civil law guidance explaining how crypto fits into everyday legal practice, how businesses and citizens should operate with it. Next slide. This uncertainty has very real consequences for the market. When no one knows for sure whether a specific token might be treated as a financial instrument tomorrow, most startups simply decide not to take the risk. They pause their projects, delay launches, or move their operations elsewhere to more friendly jurisdictions. And for projects dealing with tokenization of real-world assets, the situation is even worse. Their models often combine both financial and non-financial components, and MiCA give them no reliable roadmap to understand which part of the activity might suddenly fall under MiFID supervision. So, instead of encouraging innovation, this legal ambiguity just freezes it. Big players with armies of lawyers and big compliance teams can still move further, but small Web3 builders who actually push the industry forward, unfortunately, are left behind. Next slide. Let's be honest, Ukraine is living through circumstances no other European country can even imagine. Since 2022, we've been in a full-scale war with Russia. Every day brings risks, not only for people, but also for the economy, for infrastructure, for businesses. And of course, this situation dramatically affects the investment climate, especially for Web3 projects. It's understandable, but it also means that we can't rely on the same slow, cautious approach that works for stable and peaceful economies. If we simply copy-paste MiCA with all its patterns, layers of bureaucracy, and endless compliance, no one will come to build here. And the Ukraine crypto market will remain just a Syrian paper. So, what we are fighting for? And another challenge is the lack of human resources. The war has taken away thousands of skilled professionals, developers, engineers, analysts, people who used to be the core of Ukraine's tech industry. Many of them are now serving in the army, volunteering, or have relocated abroad. This creates a huge gap in expertise, especially in highly specialized fields, the blockchain development, digital law, for example. Even when companies want to build Web3 products in Ukraine, they often struggle to find enough qualified people to do it safely and legally. So we have a paradox. A country that used to be famous for its strong IT talent now faces a serious shortage of it. And until the situation stabilizes, we must think of alternative ways to attract knowledge through international cooperation, education, and maybe even by bringing our professionals back home one day. Next slide. Here is one more simple truth. Ukraine doesn't have a strong classical stock market today. We have few listings, low daily trading, and almost no easy way for new companies to raise money through shares. War makes this even harder, of course. And why does this matter for Web3? The EU rules imagine a world with big exchanges, many brokers, and ready services for paperwork and compliance. In Ukraine, that path is slow and expensive, or just not there. So if we copy the EU model word to word, it will look nice on the paper, but stay empty in real life. My point here is simple. Maybe capital in Ukraine will start on crypto-native rails. Small pilots, clear but lean rules, and focused venues. And later it can connect to the classical market when it grows. Maybe. Next slide. And one more aspect. In the EU, there are no hard currency controls. Payments in euro and dollar move freely, and banks serve crypto businesses when they meet basic rules. Even before MiCA, a lot of Web3 firms could open accounts, pay vendors, and raise money. The rail existed. Ukraine is completely different today. We have limits for fiat currency exchange. Banks avoid crypto-related clients. As a result, normal on and off ramps don't work. Teams switch to workarounds, the market moves into the gray zone, and innovation slows down. MiCA assumes open finance exchange and bank support, and we don't have that environment yet. First, we need practical corridors for payments and clear risk-based banking guidelines. Only then, a MiCA-style regime can deliver real legal growth instead of beautiful but unclaimed framework. Next slide. But there's one point where Ukraine moves fast. Our civil law now recognizes a new object of rights, the digital scene. In simple words, it's something that exists only in digital environment, but you can own it, use it, transfer it, and protect it like any other property. Now, what does it mean for virtual assets? A virtual assets is a type of digital scene, unlike other types such as digital content. So, the default civil law tools apply: purchase, sale, pledge, inheritance, damages, and recovery options. No need to reinvent new rules from the scratch. Custody becomes a standard service. So you can say custody agreement, set duties and liability, and claim compensation if the custodian fails, for example. But there is one nuance. If any token meets the tests of financial instrument or e-money, special rules may override the general digital scene regime. But until a special rule applies, the civil law default holds, and that gives builders and lawyers a solid, simple baseline to work with. Next slide. One more Ukraine peculiarity: transitional period. MiCA was built for a calm, well-banked EU. Ukraine lives in a different reality. We are at war, our banks still avoid crypto firms, finance exchange isn't fully open, and we don't have a mature stock market to absorb new risk. So, first we need a breathing room. We are proposing a softer regime for a transitional period up to 2032. The idea is simple: protect users without overloading businesses. Give honest teams a clear path to launch with plain disclosures, basic AML QAC, clean custody, and simple reporting. And also let real-world assets projects run controlled pilots with hard rules on redemption and reserves, but without the full weight of bureaucracy on day one. This is not deregulation. It's proportional regulation for our conditions, with a fixed sunset. As institutions, banking access, and financial exchange flows normalize, we will tighten the rules and align with MiCA fully. Next slide. Although we propose approved jurisdictions track, Ukraine accepted CASPs and token issuers from jurisdictions that meet basic integrity tests. FATF compliant, not an aggressor state, not under sanctions, of course. During transition period up to 2032, we will treat debt tokens issued in any trusted state if they were issued in Ukraine. This temporary equivalence removes friction for clean actors and lets supervision focus on real risks. During the same period, CASPs authorized in those jurisdictions may market and provide services in Ukraine to local clients. So Ukrainian users can legally access best-in-class providers while our domestic market scales up. A trusted country means any EU member state, UK, Norway, Switzerland, Canada, USA, Singapore, Republic of Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan. Next slide. And one more thing. Our national bank is clear. No virtual assets may be used as a legal mean of payment in Ukraine, except e-money tokens pegged to the hryvnia and issued under national bank supervision. Only that hryvnia's e-money instrument can be used to pay for goods and services. What about everything else? Virtual assets as USDT, for example, may be used only inside the virtual assets market. For example, as a trading pair or settlement when buying and selling virtual assets, but not for salaries, rent, retail, taxes, or utilities. The logic here is simple: protect monetary sovereignty and price stability. Crypto can be a property. It's tradable, but payments stay on hryvnia rails only under our national bank control. Next slide. As you probably know, some tokens under MiCA is classified as financial instruments, and we also try to take a lighter touch there. Just because distributed ledger technology already solves part of the problems that classic security law was built to handle. Transfer, settle on chain, ownership is visible, history cannot be quietly changed, and core rules can be enforced by code. That means the state should focus less on the mechanic of circulation and more on the issuer promises. Trustful disclosures, clear redemption rules, adequate reserves in case, of course, if they are promised, and real liability when things go wrong. There is also a policy reason. By keeping stricter rule for traditional financial instrument and softer regime for crypto tokens, we can measure which path actually grows the economy. If we apply the same heavy rulebook to both, we won't get the data to compare outcomes, and our approach create a safe test bed, protect users, watch the metrics, and then keep what works best for Ukraine. Next slide. And finally, I have some words about taxes. Of course, we tax profit, not capital gain. Profit is the difference between what you sell and what you paid, documented and calculated. A tax duty appears only when you exit to fiat. If you exchange one virtual asset for another, nothing is taxed at the moment. The cost basis rolls over the new asset, and you settle the gain or loss when you finally cash out to hryvnia or other fiat money. By default, no VAT applies to these operations. Reporting stays simple. Individuals self-declare their annual profits and pay the taxes. Service providers dare to make it even easier. They issue clear statements, keep records, and on a lawful request confirm user data and totals to the tax authority. Short idea: tax only real profit in fiat, keep crypto to crypto neutral, remove VAT friction, and make compliance push button for honest users. Next slide. Companies. Companies pay a straight 18% corporate tax on profit. CASPs have two separate tax streams: 18% on their service profit, fees, commissions, etc., and 18% on proprietary profit from virtual assets operations. These are calculated and paid separately. Individuals pay 18% on their taxable gain, as defined earlier, plus a wartime 5% military fee. For the first year of the law, individuals get a choice: either 18% on gain or 5% on gross virtual asset sales. In both options, the 5% military fee applies additionally. Short takes here: one clear corporate rate, 18%, two clean CASP streams, and 1 year on ramp for citizens to choose the simpler path. Next slide. And some final conclusions. Full copy in MiCA would give us a beautiful framework that nobody uses. Different realities need different tools. Our answer is proportional, balanced, not permissive. A transitional regime to 2032. Small finance-like tokens up to 1 million euro in a total cap stay under crypto rules, not under security law. CASPs from trusted jurisdictions need to have fast lane to serve Ukrainians. Payments stay on hryvnia rails. Crypto is property, not legal tender. Civil law recognizes the digital scene, so ownership, custody, and contracts work. Taxes hit real profit at fiat exit. Crypto to crypto stays neutral, no VAT. This is our testable way. We protect users, keep developers at home, measure results, and align fully with MiCA when the ground is ready. One goal, 2 markets, 2 tailored roads. Thank you all, guys, one more time. It was a real pleasure to be here and to share our ambitious plans with this beautiful audience. And I hope we will see you in the future. So, good luck.
Thanks. That was a presentation from Nikolaevsky on the state of Ukrainian regulation. And yeah, I see Petro Bilik joined a bit earlier, so I guess if you like to start, we could slowly transition to you. I'll put you to the stage. Would you like to share a presentation?
Yes, please. I downloaded yeah, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. And my topic today will be about tokenization as a new frontier for Ukrainian digital recovery, especially as one of the transparency way how can we attract the funds and to build the trust system related to rebuilding Ukraine. As you know, Russian invasion left massive destruction with rebuilding cost more than $400 billion. Ukraine can rebuild to a leadership position within Europe instead of just restoring our economy. This is a change to by embedding advanced digital economy tools into reconstruction. And tokenization can drive capital inflows, transparency, and stakeholder engagement in recovery. It aligns with Ukrainian vision to harness digital innovation and transformation, economic growth. Ukraine enters this phase with a high digital adoption. It ranks among the world's leaders in cryptocurrency use. Millions of Ukrainians already use crypto, and Ukraine is a crypto-driven country, and we become crypto adoption long time ago, and many of Ukrainian crypto founders built this billion companies around the world. The government is also blockchain friendly because Ministry of Digital Transformation push the implementation, regulatory compliance, and boost blockchain economy in Ukraine, and it converts assets or rights like land, bonds, carbon credits into tradable digital tokens will provide Ukraine with huge opportunities. And this could unlock global investment, not only from traditional security market, but also from the crypto investors, and ensure tamper-proof records and engage diaspora and Ukrainian citizens directly in rebuilding efforts. My name is Peter, and I'm the partner and head of technology and investment and artificial intelligence practice at Scutum law firm. We are working with different crypto projects, AI project, and help them to boost their businesses. We are also consulting different government authorities, and we are working with European Security Exchange Commission, European Bank authorities, according to the MiCA regulation. Moreover, we have one of the first case in Ukraine when the real estate apartment was sold in smart contract and in crypto assets, and this deal was officially registered in our real estate register, and moreover it was several years ago, and we are expecting that blockchain technology and especially tokenization can boost the Ukrainian economy and to develop this industry in Ukraine. And I know that Ministry of Digital Transformation spent a lot of resources to boost this plan in the real. Moreover, we are working with different areas, especially defense, IT, business protection, taxes, and so on. And we have the separate practice of supporting Web3 blockchain companies. And let's talk about tokenization and what and how. Tokenization is the process of representing ownership of real-world assets or entitlement as the digital tokens or on blockchain. But it's not about only real estate tokenization, but it can be tokenized carbon credits, it can tokenize some securities, bonds, loans, land, other commodities. Also can be tokenized some participation rights, governance votes, intellectual property, and Ukraine could leverage a spectrum from tokenization, reconstruction bonds, and land titles, donation tokens, and community governance tokens. And potentially can attract the following benefits, like fractional tokens let even small investors worldwide projects. For example, from Ukrainian diaspora can buy micro shares or building project, and this increases the pool of capital beyond traditional loans or grants. And we understand that there are separate businesses, separate citizens suffer from this Russian invasion and from this war. And also the small donation and small funds can help us to rebuild Ukraine more quicker and faster with this. So small investors also very essential, because, for example, if it's a small restaurant or small manufacturer of some goods, it will be easier to attract investments directly in this project with tokenization efforts. Moreover, blockchain immutable ledger means that every token transaction is recorded publicly, reduction corruption, and assuming donors, investors that funds are used as intended, and smart contract can process the deal automatically and automate some rules and fund release only when a project milestones is verified. And smart contracts is also very essential part of the tokenization and provide the huge opportunities of transparency of this. Moreover, tokenization lowers barriers to entry. Citizens, local communities, and small businesses can participate in economic opportunities that were previously to bureaucracy or limited to large investors. For example, it was so difficult or expensive to issue the bonds for small and medium businesses. And we see that in Ukraine, just only the big big Ukrainian enterprise companies issue some corporate obligation. But with tokenization efforts, we can provide the opportunities to issue tokens for small and medium business and to attract transparency investments in our economy. And this can provide a strategic feed and benefits map directly to Ukraine's digital economics, which the following slides will explore in detail with real-world analogs for each. And the goal of economic recovery is re-establish sustainable, resilient economy via new funding models. Digital economy growth and recovery go hand in hand, each reinforcing the other, and tokenization can inject with capital and efficiency because it allows Ukraine increase the capital inflows. Ukraine needs unprecedented investments, and Web3 can open the new channel for funds and tokenize large reconstruction projects in, for example, energy grids, housing development, into shares that anyone can buy. It also provides the provide new possibilities, and Ukraine could attract capital for rebuilding cities or factories by offering tokens that represent the stake in these future assets. And we should implement ethical and inclusive, ensuring locals benefit and are not displaced. Moreover, it can be also provide efficiency of fund use by automating fund disbursement via smart contracts. Tokenization can reduce overhead and delays. For example, school reconstruction in token-funded contractor payments could be auto-released when predefined milestones are met and cutting red tape. Moreover, tokenization enables community co-investment. Citizens or local token holders have tangible stakes in project success. This fosters bottom-up support for recovery initiatives. Moreover, a tokenized approach could create ongoing markets for reconstruction assets, unlike one grants. Tokens can be treated 24/7, attracting continuous inflows and enabling adaptive allocation of capital as need to involve. So it's great possibilities for recovery. The another aspect is to build a trusted system and mitigate corruption for this system. And establish a high-trust digital economy with securities and transparency can be the goal, which can be achievable via these new mechanisms. In post-war Ukraine, eliminating corruption and ensuring honest use of funds is paramount to win investor confidence and public support. And tokenization and blockchain directly address this and can provide the following opportunities. Every transaction on a public blockchain is auditable. For recovery funds, this means donors could track their money in real time, seeing which project it was allocated and when. And moreover, it's something that example, Dmitry told that one of the token which can be under Ukrainian virtual asset law, it's e-money token, which under current crypto bill can be equivalent of payment instrument. So payment with e-money tokens, for example, from European Union, from Ukraine, can be also recorded to blockchain, and then can be used for evidence of how these funds spent and for which purposes. And moreover, this level of transparency eliminates concern related to allocation of funds and boosts external trust. For example, blockchain procurement pilot can show that system is transparency, recorded keeping and honest disclosure. And Ukraine could use for reconstruction tenders and contracts to prevent fraud. Moreover, when we talk about security records, land ownership and business registration must be tamper-proof, especially after chaotic displacement. Several countries have proven blockchain value here. For example, integrated blockchain in its land registry, and this secure system boosted faster to confidence in real estate, and Ukraine can attract more funds with these commitments. And also, the another huge opportunities from blockchain tokenization. It's about transparency and zero corruption through automation. It's a bold claim, but partially attainable. Smart contracts can enforce rules without human discretion, and reconstruction token that only unlocks for vendors that meet predefined criteria, or city budget tokens that require multi-signature approval on chain for spending. And in this place, tokenization and blockchain technology can provide the new huge opportunities for these tokenization efforts and reconstruction efforts. Moreover, it also is a question about cybersecurity and reliability, and unlikely people and businesses will embrace the new digital tools if they trust them, and we can attract more funding with this trust mechanism for this. And broaden participation in the digital economy and ensure system work together seamlessly. In Ukraine's recovery, no one should be left behind, be it rural communities, small businesses, enterprises, some groups. Tokenization can help bridge inclusion gaps by leveraging Web3 open and interoperable nature. For example, traditional banking infrastructure may be damaged or inaccessible to some Ukrainians. Blockchain allow value transfer without banks accounts, and can provide the new opportunities. Moreover, tokenization can tie together various systems, density, finance, supply chain into one ecosystem. For citizens, this means that one digital wallet could hold an array of tokens. And the another way is lowering entry barriers for businesses, because small and medium enterprises can find new opportunities through tokenization. And we requested a lot of requests from small business and for big enterprise that they're waiting for the opportunities to use tokenization in Ukraine for that. And it's also accessible investment opportunities, because we attract investment not only from traditional funds, but also from the crypto investors, crypto funds, and so on. And it's also innovation and flexibilities development token ecosystem, and everywhere can build on Ukrainian infrastructure. But moreover, it's also the part of ESG, because I don't know, do you know or not, Ukraine has launched the guarantee of green energy and carbon credits, and leverage tokenization to drive environmental, social, and governance outcomes alongside economic growth, and build better vision for Ukraine means reconstruction that is sustainable and empowering. And rebuilding green infrastructure can be financed through tokenized carbon credits and green assets. Moreover, right now we are issuing some carbon credits, and this allows environmental assets to be treated transparency on blockchain. This prevents double counting and fraud in carbon markets. And there are some global projects which are working with that, and with carbon credits, for example, tokenization carbon credits will allow us to provide transparency for European partner when we can record all transactions with this energy from the manufacturer to the selling, and it also can allow us to have transparency related to this. Moreover, it can provide also some social impact, can be community tokens when some communities can vote for some government proposal or city center proposal, and all relationship can be recorded in blockchain and also provide transparency. Moreover, I would like to mention some global tokenization case studies. And for example, one of them is the project of land register in Georgia, which titles record more than 1.5 million titles recorded, immutable. And for Ukraine, this can secure property rights in war-affected regions and basis to tokenize real estate for investment and to restore citizen confidence in government services through proof of records. Moreover, before the war, our marketplace of arrested assets, SETAM, was developed in blockchain together with Bitfury. Different Ukrainian NGOs, foundations attract crypto donations right now. For example, we have the a huge international example, as BMW, tokenization supply chain, Deutsche Bank tokenized SMB credits, Siemens issue digital bonds on private blockchain with major German banks, including Deutsche Bank, and for example, Citibank provided token services for deposit. So tokenization is new opportunities for different businesses and for enterprise to develop the new opportunities and economy. But we need some amendments or implementation in our local market with strategic implementation this tokenization project, and thank you for opportunities to present and talk about this topic on this conference. And from my perspective, the key consideration for policymakers and businesses and academic community is the following. First of all, we need regulatory framework which can establish clear, flexible regulation for digital assets. And we see that, for example, in Europe, there are MiCA regulation. Moreover, there are DLT pilot regime, which allows tokenization of shares and provide opportunities to issue shares in blockchain. And Ukraine shall see the worldwide standards and implement the best practices in Ukraine economy. And we shall establish the clear, flexible regulation. First of all, Ukraine has a bill, crypto bill, and is observing European regulation, but local adoption is crucial. Overly strict or misaligned rules could drive Web3 talent anyway. The government should create a sandbox for tokenization projects to learn and adjust laws accordingly. Legal recognition of tokenized ownership structure will be needed and will allow us to find balance in innovation and protection investors to build the trust. And or now the Minister of Digital Transformation did the huge step with launching sandbox for blockchain projects. But many blockchain projects, especially in sandbox, cannot move forward without understandable regulation. This regulation needs for banks, for accounting, for taxation, for our tax authority, and we shall fix some gaps or blockers which not allows us to attract these crypto funds in our economy. Moreover, we need to bring together government, tax sectors, startups, banks, NGOs to design tokenization initiatives. And we'll also need to understand who will be the regulator with our crypto bills, and will it be just only National Bank of Ukraine, or will it be Minister of Digital Transformation or other authorities? It will provide a clear framework for tokenization projects. Also, we shall invest in robust digital infrastructure, because without this we can not move faster. And we also need to spend time in education and inclusion. And also the Ministry of Digital Transformation has the educational chapter like DS Vita, which has also some courses about blockchain technology, about Web3 area, and it also boosts our Web3 economy. And as conclusion and summing up, tokenization offers powerful new tools to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for capital, trust, inclusion, and sustainability in this recovery. And we should learn from global examples and to implement international best practices. And Ukraine, I believe that Ukraine can not only rebuild but transform our economic model and making it more resilient and transparent than before. Thank you. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Hey, thanks so much for this great presentation. I wanted to ask you, and maybe this is more of the, your perspective, maybe there is no clear data so far, but from your own feelings, which type of asset do you think would help most for Ukraine in tokenization? Like, is it the bonds, the real estate, the carbon markets, or something else? Where we should focus?
From my perspective, it will be a more interesting of tokenization bonds, and we think as one of the future opportunities for that. But moreover, through the last 3 years, we had some project about consulting about tokenization carbon credits, about tokenization real estates. And I think and hope we should think which tokenization markets we can establish more quickly, because when we talk about tokenization real estate register, we can face with a lot of regulation about public register, about record some information in this register, but the companies can issue bonds and to provide these bonds to investors. And if we will provide the opportunities of tokenization these bonds, it will open the market to investment in different areas, not only real estate, but, for example, tokenization securities and so on.
Thank you. And also, maybe just as a projection, but when we speak about this easier issuance, I think it involves the idea that there would be many companies, organizations issuing something like that. Could you estimate what could be the number, like in the next 5 years or so, of interested parties to participate in this?
I can just figure out the cases which we have faced from our practices. We have requests from the big shopping malls about interesting of tokenization projects and to build the next shopping malls for that, and they were ready to distribute the profits for these shopping malls to investors, and this is the reason why I talk about more like security, so loans tokenization. Moreover, we received requests from some small and medium businesses, and they wanted to scale their businesses to other regions, or because some regions, some part of their businesses were destroyed by Russian attacks, and they found some new opportunities to attract investments for rebuilding or scale their businesses. And this is second part. And moreover, we consulted some green some energy companies which develops green energy, and they're also interested in some transparency mechanism for customers, that this for example, some goods were developed with this green energy, and with IoT technical opportunities and blockchain technologies, I think that can be possible. And moreover, when we talk about open numbers, there are a lot of transactions related to the crypto, which some analytical companies mentioned with Ukraine. And I think that this crypto asset can be spent for in our economy, and to provide some, for example, convertible loans or loans or tokenization opportunities for our businesses. And I think that it can be billions dollars investments to Ukraine through these crypto assets. And I think that hundreds of businesses will be ready to issue some tokens and to attract this billions of investments.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. And now we'll move to our next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye. And let me invite to the stage David Johnston. So he's a renowned technologist in Web3 and AI. So without further ado, David, please take the stage.
Hey guys, thanks for the warm welcome, Max. Yeah, just as a way of background, I've been involved in crypto and AI since 2012. Most people probably know me for creating the framework for decentralized applications in 2013. Really, the thesis was to bring the things that made Bitcoin so compelling: open source, peer-to-peer, a blockchain backend, and a token, as a generalized model for other protocols that wanted to build similar infrastructure. So that sort of caught on. Ethereum adopted that dApps protocol as part of their framework. And I've sort of been focused on effectively pushing forward freedom technology higher and higher up the tech stack. So from Bitcoin to the work on Ethereum to the first, second layers, and now my focus is primarily on decentralized AI. And I believe that freedom of intelligence is just as critical to the future as having sound money or the ability to execute smart contracts. So I'll talk a little bit today about one of the open source projects I'm a contributor to, which is Morpheus. and really the vision of having smart agents that are owned by individual people. And I think this is one of the most important things that we can work on going forward, is the idea of putting humans at the heart of crypto and AI. And it's really a great combination, right? We've built for 15 years now this programmable money. We have all these smart contracts. And in order to use AI as the front end, we need to connect it to these blockchains as the back end. And so that's what Morpheus in 2023, some anonymous developers released a white paper saying, in order for this to really work, there has to be a network that creates the primitives so that people can build these smart agents, right? Just the way Ethereum provided the primitives for smart contracts, we need something very similar for the primitives of smart agents. Namely, they need inference, access to these large language models in order to provide brain power. They need access to agentic tools so they can call out and take specific action for the user. And they also need access to context and memories, right? So these are each important pieces. The router that Morpheus has built for the inference lets anyone host a large language model and provide it to anyone else in the world. And so this creates permissionless access to the underlying brain power. But then you need the same thing for the agentic tools, right? You guys have probably heard of the effort by the Ethereum community related to 8004. This is an Ethereum proposal related to a registry for agents that is able to establish an identity, validate what the agent does, and then also record the reputation of that agent. And those three building blocks sort of give you a way to discover all the agents that are available. And so the Morpheus community has been contributing to that 8004 standard as part of Nethermind and Chaos Chain and others that are contributing to that. And that provides effectively the next piece, right? Because these large language models are generally intelligent, but they also need access to very narrowly tailored agents that are capable of taking specific action. So that's sort of the next big step. And then finally, there's the concept of context or memory. The agent is only useful if it knows who you are and what you want to accomplish and what are your past actions. So you have to bring all of those components together, and you have to give it a wallet, right? A means of transacting. So a lot of what the community has spent time on is connecting this world of AI tools to this world of crypto tools. And so if you have the private key, now all of a sudden, I have the authority and the ability to have my agent interact with smart contracts, to make payments on my behalf. Many of you guys have probably seen the huge wave of interest in X402. This is an initiative by Coinbase and Cloudflare. They created a foundation together, and they're effectively trying to revive this idea of a native internet protocol for payments. You might be familiar with 404, which is the error code when a server is not available, but 402 was set aside in the early days of the internet for a payments code. There wasn't at the time a good solution for native internet payments, and so it sort of sat on the shelf, if you will. But now that we have stable coins and smart contracts and layer twos that are capable of transactions in a second or less, we have all of the technology now to build that use case. So 402 is really interesting because it creates an easy way for agentic payments to happen. So instead of going to a website and only receiving information, all of a sudden your agent can go to a URL. It can receive the 402 code and say, oh, it's 25 cents if I want to purchase this report or access this tool or agent, make that payment, and then immediately receive the asset or information in return. So this has really unlocked a whole new set of business models, moving away from the idea that everything has to be software as a service and that you have to subscribe to everything to get access, but rather that you'll be able to do these atomic transactions and very quickly your agent can do things on your behalf, and spend a very small amount of money to potentially do one action. So all of that you can think of almost as like a Morpheus virtual machine. Just like Ethereum offered a virtual machine for smart contracts, Morpheus is doing that for smart agents. So where I think this is important and critical to the future of Ukraine and all countries generally is there's an opportunity to rebuild these systems with a lot more efficiency, a lot more speed, and a much more modern way if you start with blockchains and smart contracts and smart agents as a starting point, right? And I would describe this as we're moving towards an agentic web, right? Most of you are familiar with the 90s and the 2000s. Everybody was building websites. That transitioned to people building apps, right? In the mobile context, on your phone. And now that's transitioning very quickly to these apps are being reimagined as agents. So everybody is offering an endpoint to their existing app or website in a form where the agent can interact with it. And this is incredibly important because if 99% of intelligence in the future is going to be AI, I really want to own that personal AI and have it acting on my behalf, right? And able to access the information that I want without censorship and in a permissionless manner. So, I would encourage people that, this trend is really just at the beginning, right? What we've seen so far in AI is information, right? Oh, I can ask a question, I can create an image, I can create a video. But what this is transitioning us towards is AI taking action on your behalf, right? And that's really what smart agents make possible. So yeah, I'll keep it fairly short there and happy to engage in questions and dialogue. For me, that's the more interesting and exciting part of this. But encourage people to dive in. It's really reminding me of the early days when I got into Bitcoin in 2012 or helped with the launch of Ethereum. There's sort of this whole new frontier now that these new tools exist where we can rebuild and reimagine all of the things that have come before. So with that, I'll stop there and we can open it up.
Great, thank you. And I would like to remind anybody who would like to ask the question, you can use the YouTube section for that. But I also have a few questions on my own. So I don't know how close is it to what you do, but lately I've seen a lot of competitions for AI in trading or in assets management. Could you maybe share your insights on how that's going?
Sure. So this is a natural fit given, agents or high frequency trading or bots, as they used to be called in the trading world, are 99% of the trades in the stock market. We're seeing a similar transition here where somebody can express an intent. Hey, I want to get the best yield, or I want to do a swap. The model understands what the user is trying to do. So let's take an example like Wharton, right, which is an application that does this. And then it's able to take action on your behalf because it's connected to your wallet. So this really opens up the world to people who are non-technical, because Web3 today is still very engineer-centric, and most people don't know how a smart contract works or which protocol to trust or how to navigate all the interfaces. And the big benefit for me here is AI is like the ultimate UI, right? You just tell it what you want, and all of a sudden it can take the action and it can lead you in a path which is safe and efficient, maybe gets you the best return. And so, yeah, we've seen an explosion of these type of call them yield agents or trading agents or swapping agents. Many of the wallets are working to integrate the AI models directly into the wallet, so you can talk to the wallet and tell it what you want to accomplish. So I think we'll see this from a bunch of different angles, but my hope is it opens it up to a much broader set of people than could access it before, right? That's what we saw with the internet, right? I'm old enough to remember the early days of the web, and people were very dismissive of the internet. Oh, it'll never catch on, they said. It's just for engineers. Nobody knows how to type in IP addresses and navigate these directories. But as soon as there was a search engine, as soon as you could just tell Google what you wanted, and all of a sudden it curated the entire internet for you, and all you had to do was click on a link. Yep, that's the one I want. The user experience went from something a few million people could do to something billions of people could do. And so I think we're at that very similar tipping point here, right? Today, there are about 700 million people with a Web3 wallet, right? And many of them going forward won't even know that it's Web3, right? They'll just be getting access to these capabilities in what looks like a very Web2 type of interface. And I think that's great. That's what will get us past, a billion users up into the multiple billions of users. And so for me, that's the big benefit AI is bringing to crypto. And then it goes the other way, right? AIs need a payment mechanism. Nobody's giving out bank accounts to AIs, right? They don't pass the KYC test or whatever, right? And so, but they can use crypto natively. And why would they want to use banks? It takes 3 days to send a wire. It has all these fees. They're going to use something that's programmatic, web native, instant, it's cheap, right? And what I'm describing are Web3 payment rails. I think stablecoins will this year surpass 35 trillion in volumes. Visa did 16 trillion last year. So we're at that mainstream, right? So it's it's going to be exciting to see all the applications people build with these agents.
So you see it as a potential like account abstraction. So you don't even need to, understand all of this like hashes and, addresses.
Yeah. And I'm comfortable with that as long as it's my AI, right? It'll be very extractive if I'm using some big tech company or some government issued AI. I want one that is a fiduciary to me, right? Is trying to get me the best outcome. And that's important. We've sort of lost some of that in the internet, right? It started that way, but over time, the big tech companies sort of gobbled up all the data and they manipulated the algorithms to show you information that not necessarily the best information, but what they were advertised and paid by advertisers to show you, right? I experienced this recently. I was, trying to set a doctor's appointment for a kid, and, all of a sudden, I noticed I was on the wrong page, and Google had shoved an ad into Google Maps, and I ended up at the wrong doctor's webpage because they had paid as the advertiser, right? To sort of try to pivot or move my behavior in a different way. And it's like, if AI is going to be, all the brain power out there, I want my own brain power that I can really own. Just like I want Bitcoin that I can own and no government can decide whether, my currency should be worthless or not, right? Which is a common experience for most people globally. And the same for smart contracts and Ethereum, right? I want them to be able to run and operate and be uncorruptible, right? I don't have to trust a contract in a court. I can just use a self-executing smart contract, right? That is why $3.5 trillion of assets have flowed on chain the last 15 years. And I think that's only going to accelerate.
Great. You also mentioned the term agentic previously, and earlier we had a session with the Ministry for Digital Transformation of Ukraine on digital economy, and the vision stated by the ministry, like initially it was like digital country, and now it's like agentic country, and there are some first pilots of services of like advisory on legislation or whatever on services in Ukraine. But could you like ideate or, like in your perfect future, what does it mean, the agentic country, how it could work?
Well, there's no perfect future, but I'll say that I think it'll be a better future if I have an AI and it understands my intents and I can easily interact with the services of the government, without having to manually do them. Like nobody wants to fill out forms. But if my agent knows all my information, it can fill out the form, right? And what it would have taken me an hour or two, to fill out some requirement, if I can all of a sudden complete that in under a minute, that's really compelling, right? You can reduce the burden and cost of bureaucracy, right? So whether it's, registering a new car or transferring a land title, all of these things are complex and will take time to port over. But we have the most powerful tool we've ever had, right? I was yesterday having a conversation, and I had my AI record the brainstorming session. And afterwards, it took a couple of minutes to transcribe the entire 3 hours. And then it took about 10 seconds to write a beautiful 3-page report about that conversation, right? And, that's where we're headed, is this multiplying of your brain power. So I wrote an article earlier this year defining brain power as a unit of measure, just like we've defined horsepower as a unit of measure, right? And I propose in the paper 3.3 tokens per second, which is pretty close to a human will normally say about 2.5 words per second, right? So if we quantify that as a a unit of brain power, an H100 can do about 300 brain power per hour, right? And you look at the number of chips and how much we're spending on building data centers. This is the year that we've tipped over where there's more AI brain power than there is organic human brain power globally, right? 50 trillion hours versus 7 trillion hours. And that's wonderful. We're all getting now this 5x on the organic brain power. And so the value of a human is as the free will, as the origin and the oracle for their preferences and what they want to accomplish in the world, right? The AI has no biological impulses. It doesn't need to live somewhere and want to meet people and all these things that humans want to do. And so the bottleneck is moving from doing the work to articulating what work you want to do, right? And so that's the shift. And to answer your question, I think the big payoff is if we can get the bureaucracy and the corruption out of the way, people can move a lot faster and build a lot faster, and you could unleash sort of this huge, productivity gains and economic growth going forward. To me, that's the benefit.
Would you consider the usage of AI in the context of legislation or decision making, voting? Like, would a smart agent, would you trust a smart agent to vote on your behalf, for example, or it should only prepare you some information? But
so this is a core question in AI between autonomous and intent-based. So a lot of people imagine that the AI will become fully autonomous. I don't either want that or think that's the case. I think what's much more realistic is intent-based, right? So I don't need the AI to spin off and work towards its own ends. I want it to authentically represent my goals, right? My preferences, my tasks, my jobs, what I'm trying to do. And so if you read the Ray Dalio paper that he published a few weeks ago about his concept of an AI clone, right? And he's trained one up. I saw Jesse at Base recently trained one up. Like, all these thought leaders who have a lot of public data, like, wait a minute, I'm answering all these questions one by one. I could just train an agent that represents me based on all my public information. And then I can scale. I can have 1,000 conversations. And if it's well enough tuned, it can sort of well represent what I would say, the resources I would point people to, the examples I would use. And so I think we are headed towards that reality where everybody has an agent that's representing them, right? And think how powerful that is. Like, I want my agent working when I'm sleeping, when I'm on vacation, when it's the weekend. Like, the idea that can be acting on my behalf 24/7 is very similar to how we think about the economy on chain, right? We don't close like the banks. The blockchain doesn't turn off at 5 p.m. on Friday. It just keeps working all the time, right? The smart contracts execute 24/7. And so we ought to have agents that are doing the same thing, working for us 24/7. I think will be very, very powerful. So in that context, I would probably be okay with an agent that evaluates, a 5,000 page bill, and which nobody reads today, right? That's the current state. Nobody reads these things, right? They're just relying on a few people that wrote them or a few people that reviewed them. But I could have a much better insight into what the bill actually says. And I could have a better matching to, like, does it represent what I think is best, for the country, right? Does it include free trade or whatever my priorities are, right? And then I can make a much more informed decision. Even if I push the button at the end of the day, I've gone from very uninformed to highly informed, right? Using my AI, but it's still intent-based. Could I automate that last moment of pushing the button? Yeah, but I don't think that's the best. I think you can use AI to do 99% of the analysis work if you've got it well tuned to what you want, right? And every interaction is another opportunity for you to say, oh, this is my preference. This is how I would do it. This is what I would say, right? And it's going to get better over time. So that's what I think we're headed towards, but it's certainly better than the reality in which nobody reads these bills or is really actively involved in governance. And that's true in the US and Ukraine and everywhere, because there's only so much time in the day. Reading 5,000 pages is really tough. But there's important information in there, and you'd get a much better level of transparency. Any citizen could know what's in the bill. Oh, wait a minute. This group shoved that in there so they get them the prep. Like, that's not okay. Like, those things would come to light much faster if it was read by an AI, and you take as a presumption that you have transparency during the creation process and after it's published. Not this like, oh, well, first we have to pass it, then you can read it. Like the famous quote from Nancy Pelosi, right? That's not okay, right? So I think it can be a net improvement if it's done well.
Thanks. And what's your take on the AI security? How a regular Joe could, really trust his AI and not being manipulated by some underlying, dynamics, or even the dynamics that it wasn't intentfully put, but just that bug in the system, some weird pattern.
Software will never be perfect. But if you've seen the effort in the Ethereum community for 8004 and these registries that we're creating of the agents for what they are, validation of what tasks they do, and knowing their reputation for how well they execute them, you have a lot of transparency about the agents that you're using. Right now, it's the opposite. Use OpenAI, or Claude, or they're a black box, right? It's completely opaque. I have no idea model, agent, context, what rules or parameters, or if it's censoring something. I have no idea, right? As soon as you move to an on-chain agent system, I have complete transparency. Like, oh, of course I want to use the agent that has billions of dollars of transaction history and has been proven for years and has 10 audits, not the one from Joe yesterday who has $10 in it, right? Like, you can see, as soon as you have transparency, you can see reputation very clearly, right? And then it becomes simple for my AI to, pick the agent that has the best reputation with the, best record and has been validated and proven that this is what it's doing. The alternative is not very good. Like, these agents are going to be used by bad actors to manipulate people. You're going to have 200 IQ agents trying to advertise, persuade, manipulate your behavior every moment of every day, right? And so what we need is a firewall. It has to be an agentic firewall. You need an AI that's filtering all of this stuff. We take that for granted today. Use the example of email, right? Email used to be full of junk and spam and scams and stuff like that. And then Gmail and others got very good at filtering out all of the bad actors. Now it has warnings, this might be spam or scam, and a lot of it just goes into your junk folder, right? We're going to need the same thing for AI. So we need one AI actively protecting us. Like, I can't possibly know all the context of every message I receive, or so many people are tricked into clicking a link. Oh, I didn't mean to, do that. And so having an AI constantly on your behalf doing that, I think, is going to be critical for going forward. So transparency and an AI firewall are going to be table stakes going forward.
Okay, well, I think maybe it's a good time to conclude our conversation. Thank you for so many insights, and we're happy to have you here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Max.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, and this is basically the end of day 2. Let me quickly tell you about the day 3. So tomorrow we start with Dr. Guyan Benedict speaking about the governing of ecosystems and application. He's a great expert from the PricewaterhouseCoopers and former CTO of Salesforce in Australia. We will have Kirill Khomyakov from the Binance leading the region here next. Some experts from the ministry, some academics from top universities of Ukraine, Daniela Barbosa from the Linux Foundation. So thanks for staying with us, and hope to see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day. Ciao, ciao.